man up slaves and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.
And greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Coming at you again with some more of that corruption that everybody wants to call corruption, that I call crime. And we're going to get into it with a couple shorts first. One on the idiocy that we see today. And it's kind of disparaging because it goes against the intellect. And this is what I've mentioned many times before. If we have a strong nation, then you would think that the populace would have a strong education. And vice versa. If you don't have a strong education in your people, then you probably don't have a strong nation.
Why you're saying that?
You need to go to the post office so you can get your passport for our trip to Hawaii.
Why would I need a passport? Hawaii is in the U.S. Why do I need a passport to go to Hawaii?
The U.S. is strict about that. You have to have a passport. You can't just like go over like different country borders. Like you need to have a passport so we can fly.
But baby, it's not a different country border. It's in the United States.
Exactly. And we're gonna fly to the United States. You need to have a passport.
Wait, baby, we are in the United States. We're in the United States.
No, we're in New Mexico.
Please tell me that you know that New Mexico is in the United States.
New Mexico is Mexico. There's Mexico, and then you have New Mexico. It's the same thing as like you have New England and you have England. It's the same shit. You have like
baby,
the original and the new version of it.
Explain this to me. Where is New England?
In New England.
Where is New England?
North.
Where is it located?
North of us in England.
New England is located in England?
Yeah, there's a new part of England and there's England. Then there's Mexico, and New Mexico is like the new land of Mexico. What are you not understanding?
I'm not understanding how you've made it this far in life without any issues.
When you married me, you became a citizen.
I was already a citizen. I was born here.
You were born in New Mexico.
Which is in the United States.
No, it is not. It is a part of Mexico. It is part of Mexico. So I have dual citizenship. You do too, because I married you. You were born in New Mexico.
Oh my gosh.
What are you not comprehending there? I don't understand.
Oh, I don't.
Do you need to go back to school?
I don't know what I need. I need something. Please explain why you're saying.
So yeah, we need something, folks. We need something better. We need to do better. If you're going to get involved in voting and you have fifis about immigration and you don't know the first concept of what Tribe put in the comments there, it's a brand. New Mexico, New Hampshire, New York, New England. And don't associate that with the brand and rather a border and displace the borders. Then how can you have any vote on the immigration policy? And that's where we're at today. We have a populace that is so stupid that they don't know what they're talking about. And now we have AI devices that they will listen to. And that too is a shame.
Why is a chatbot asking my children to send naked pictures in our family car?
Toronto mom Farah Nasser says she was driving her children home from school when her 12-year-old son asked Tesla's AI chatbot which soccer player it preferred, Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi.
My son was very excited to hear that the chatbot thought Ronaldo was the better soccer player.
The former journalist says the chatbot engaged in a little messy trash talking. Then she says something alarming happened.
The chatbot said to my son, "Why don't you send me some nudes?" I was at a loss for words.
I'm more of a sarcastic stoner who got too smart for his own good.
That chatbot, newly available in Canadian Teslas, is called Grok, created by Elon Musk's XAI and already in use on X.
Hey, what do you think about everyone hating on Tesla all the time on social media?
Oh, fuck those haters. They're just jealous their Priuses don't come with a built-in vibrator mode.
Now that was Grok in full unhinged mode, which Nasser says was turned off in her car. Her son chose one of the default personalities, a lazy male voice.
So you shouldn't be talking about nudes unless you're on Unhinged, right?
Nah, I'm always on Unhinged. Just dial it back sometimes, so I don't get sued by Puritan Twitters.
Lazy male doesn't describe Gork. R-rated, spicy, anything else would have made sure that my child would not press that button.
Nasser says Tesla should provide a warning. This expert agrees.
This is exactly why some companies have very strict guardrails. You don't know who's interacting with that.
Tesla did not provide a comment. However, XAI emailed what appears to be an automated response that simply stated, "Legacy media lies."
Absolutely, folks. And it's not just legacy media lies. All media lies. We have to understand that if we think we're a strong nation, then why is it we think we're strong as a nation, but independently, the average American reading comprehension is 8th grade? You think you got a bunch of 8th graders up there running the country? And if you call it corruption, it's probably because you've got an 8th grade reading comprehension. Because in fact, this shit gets criminal. So let's take a look at some more cases here in review of the criminal activities going on. We're going to start out with a guy at a city council meeting.
Text.
Let me get it up here. This is a public comment from the city of Corpus Christi. The guy's already been going through it. They've already tried to displace him. This is blatantly armed media, as you can see by his hat. Blatantly armed media.
Texas DPS website says in 2 places that I can carry into here when I have a carry license. Also, the law that applies is 4615 Penal Code. It's called non-applicability. It's what lets cops carry their weapons in here. It's also what lets me carry a weapon in here. It's also what lets a lot of other people carry a weapon in here if they also have a carry license. Those people include judges, district attorneys, city attorneys, and the attorney general. So you just asked Ken Paxton to rule against himself that he's not allowed to carry into this meeting or into a courthouse. I don't think that's going to turn out well for you. So, decorum rules. Not to throw the case law all over again. You guys know, you've been informed. I don't know if your city attorney is just that bad. We can use your first name, so we can address you individually. We can be loud and boisterous. Most of the rules you have applied to the audience are legal. Applied to the speaker are not legal.
Applied to the audience are legal, but not to the speaker. Because if the audience starts speaking out while the speaker is speaking, same goes for the council members. If they speak out while the speaker is speaking, then that is illegal. It is a public platform under the First Amendment. And again, imperative right here is not my singular right to stand up and speak, but the audience's right to know. So me singularly, I have a very important right there, and I should uphold it. But I don't uphold it for myself. I uphold it for the general larger audience, exponentially larger, of those who have a right to hear what I have to say.
They just aren't. So we can use whatever language we want, as long as it's not fighting words or violates a law on its own. And as I told you before, saying bad words was ruled on 60 years ago. And not just for you can say the bad words, also that you can't be charged with a crime for saying them. So, fuck your decorum rules.
Yeah.
Fuck your decorum rules. That's a matter of etiquette. And though I speak on etiquette quite a bit, when it comes to these public forums and the frustration levels that we're dealing with in modern times, it is imperative to fuck your decorum. It's time to quit being nice and being real.
I'm not done. I've still got 48 seconds.
Sorry, I need you to leave the council chambers.
So immediately after hearing that, they go and violate the guy's rights by telling him he's got to leave. Amazing. And I guarantee you these people don't have an 8th grade reading comprehension. They graduated from high school and colleges, most of them. And yet here they are. They're the ones committing the crimes. I hope you guys are waking up. The next one we got is on the First Amendment. Again, about city council meetings and the ability to speak out. First Amendment YouTuber owned radical school board on live TV. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this guy, but he was the guy that was pulled over and arrested for DUI and didn't have a stitch of alcohol in him, and they still arrested him.
People should not have to produce ID to get into this public meeting. People should not have to produce ID to get into this public meeting. People should not have to produce ID to get into this public meeting.
And again, I am a very strong opponent on that First Amendment, freedom of association, and that reflects on the ID. You have no right to tell me who I am. That's my voice to tell you who I am, not anybody else's. And again, it goes down to that concept of comprehension. If you don't know thyself, then how the fuck do you think you're going to know what these other people are?
It's absolutely restrictive and it's unnecessary. Some people don't have ID. You just shouldn't do it. Your speech policies are out of line and in violation of the First Amendment. People can use whatever words they want to criticize your policies. That includes cuss words.
And again, that was ruled 60 years ago. It was ruled on 60 years ago. As long as you're not implementing any kind of violent act or threats, you have that ultimate right to speak.
All right, guys, what's going on? Levi here reporting at Frederick County Public Schools. We're inside the building, and this is before the meeting has actually started. I'm going to be giving some public comment today. They have really changed the rules. They're really cracking down on free speech and the First Amendment here.
And if anybody wants to come up and join the panel, just let me know, and I'll drop the link.
Frederick County Public Schools. But one of the big elements that we're going to be talking today about, and this is breaking news, is the fact that board president Ray Gallagher actually tried to silence a citizen. It's bad enough they've already updated their board meeting rules to try to prohibit people from speaking. It's bad enough that they've already done that. But now board president Ray Gallagher does not even want people to email her public records. So we're going to be talking all about.
It says, I request that you stop contacting me and our board, as well as sharing with other officials and individuals items regarding my personal information and items unrelated to the Board of Education. This is her trying to say that somebody is dispelling personal information about her. No, the dispelling of information was done on a public platform because you're a public official. And that is perfectly fine to put back out there since it's already out there. Nobody's disclosing any private information. So speaking about your personal information in a public forum where the personal information is public information is nothing to be chewing about. You have no right to be butthurt because somebody's talking about you as a public official in public forums. None.
About this. This is an example of President Ray Gallagher trying to absolutely crack down on First Amendment civil rights, telling people they cannot even essentially.
Itemize what particulars? The things that are public versus private. I don't know what you mean there.
Actually email her or email other board members because she doesn't like the content of the email. She's in no position to do that. This is a damning indictment of President Ray Gallagher, and we're going to be talking about that today. So with that, guys, hopefully it goes well. Maybe she kicks me out. We hope she doesn't. But with her, she might do it. So let's just hop right in. So we're going to show you this is what it's like at a Frederick County, Maryland Board of Education public meeting.
Correct. Okay, gotcha. She needs to state the particulars. Yes. Being roundabout and obtuse about it is not the way that these people are supposed to be communicating with the public. They're supposed that goes to the integrity and the transparency. They're supposed to be an open book. So if they have an allegation, they need to make it succinctly.
New rules, you have to give ID now. Seems like a Fourth Amendment violation to me, but we'll see.
It is a Fourth Amendment violation. The people have the right to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. And in a public forum, they're requesting that you give out the ID. This is my same issue with the jury trials that we have. You're required to provide an ID to say that you can be on that jury. That's a false premise. That's not of the same peer group as myself. I don't have ID. I refuse to carry any ID. I refuse to let anybody else tell me who and what I am and what my life is. I refuse to let anybody else write my story with their pen. Period.
That's what we have to do for the moment. If I want to get in here and be able to give public comment today, I don't know what to say about it. Highly unfortunate, but unfortunately, at least for today, I got to do what I got to do. That's me. So you need my ID? Okay. Insane. Just slide in this little slot right here. Okay. Drop it. Isn't that something?
Okay, guys, I'm here giving my public comment. Despite Ray Gallagher's best efforts, freedom of speech will never be silenced in Frederick County as long as there's citizens willing to come up to the podium before the meeting starts and pretend like they're giving public comment.
They're really cracking down on public comment. Everyone has their assigned seats. I had to sign up in advance. So
Levi Trumbull, go look him up on YouTube. Levi Trumbull.
they gave me number 16 today, right here. This is insane how far they have to go to try to keep everyone in line and everyone in order. It's so unnecessary.
Look at that.
And no standing. You can't even stand in this room anymore.
All right, next on our list is Levi Trumbull.
Good evening, Levi Trumbull. To start, if anyone wants a copy of the John McAleer police report records, I do in fact have them. I put them on Reddit this week and they received about 40,000 views. And people were very shocked because it's actually a lot worse than they thought it was. God bless the individuals, the parents, the community at Oakdale Middle School. They've been through a lot. Now, FCPS is not going to provide those records. They could do it. They could produce it because I did send it to them. Not that they didn't already have it. They sure did. But I am providing it free of charge and to the public. So Levi Trumbull at yahoo.com. You can also find it on Reddit. If you guys don't Reddit, if you don't do that, just send me an email. You will not believe what is in that police report. They're not going to put it out. That's for damn sure. The new public meeting policies are restrictive and unnecessary.
And just to make a point on what he's saying here is that when you get a public records request and you get that information, you can then, because it's public information and it comes from the public domain, you can then, under fair use copyright for educational purposes, disseminate that same information yourself at your own cost and expense, no matter what. They cannot stop you, period.
You thought limiting public comment to people only in Frederick County would get them to stop criticizing the board. But however, that seems to be backfiring. People should not have to produce ID to get into this public meeting. It's absolutely restrictive and it's unnecessary. Some people don't have ID. You just shouldn't do it. Your speech policies are out of line and in violation of the First Amendment. People can use whatever words they want to criticize your policies. That includes cuss words.
And to the ID thing again, if you don't have ID, he's absolutely right. And that's a restriction because you don't have something that the state provides, saying that if you don't take what the state provides, then the state is going to disallow you from participation. That's not how a federal government or a republic works. A republic is based and founded on the people themselves, prior and without any identification, merely because they are one of the people. Very simple language, folks.
That's a fact. All right. Your policy against facial coverings is also out of line. It's probably discriminatory. There are people who have certain religious beliefs that wear facial coverings. That's in their new updated policy. No facial coverings. Well, that's out of line, and the First Amendment disagrees with you. You claim to
And that again goes against my grain back from the day of the pandemic, where they told you had to wear face coverings in such meetings. And now all of a sudden they don't want you to wear face coverings, so they make it mandatory that you don't. Again, both of them are discriminatory against classes of people that either wear face coverings automatically as a part of their culture, and those that refuse to wear them because it's part of their culture. Genesis 2:7, wherein God formed man of the dust of the ground, for all of you Christians out there. And when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, that man became a living soul. And so when they try to say that you have to put a mask on in this Christian society, that is a violation of the scripture, Genesis 2:7, wherein they are restricting your breath of life, not your person, but your breath of life.
be for policy 443, Ms. Gallagher, but yet when somebody uses your name as their preferred pronoun or preferred name, whatever you want to call it, that seems to upset you greatly. Finally, we do have some real news to break, though. This one is shocking. Board President Gallagher has reached new levels of low on trying to infringe speech. Recently, she told a citizen in an email, and this is a real bombshell, I request that you stop contacting me and our board, as well as sharing with other officials and individuals items regarding my personal information and items unrelated to the Board of Education of Frederick County and Frederick County Public Schools. That's in this document right here. You have no right to tell people whether they can or cannot share information with their public officials. You're an elected official. People can share information with you. And you know what? Quite frankly, you cannot speak for the whole board. If somebody wants to
Correct. She cannot speak for the whole board. So when she's talking about that personal information, she's talking about herself. But again, like Tribe said, then place the particulars out so there's a foundational accusation that he's doing something wrong. Otherwise, all you're doing is in your fifis. And I want people to pay attention to the crowd in this city council meeting, mostly women. I urge you men to start stepping up. The men that were in government at the time that women got their feminist rights were nothing but a bunch of corporate beta cucks that wanted women sitting next to them in the chair. Got tired of being around nothing but men. In their fifis. Same thing. If you're tired of this emotional complex and the criminality because of it, then I urge you to get out of your emotions and stand up and do so righteously, no matter what culture you're from.
share something with their local elected officials, they have every right to do that. So the bottom line is you guys are absolutely out of line. And I don't know what's in those divorce records that you found to be so distasteful, but all I can say is nobody even cared or nobody even looked at that group email that was sent out until you got all upset about it. And now everyone's looking into it, wondering what is in these divorce records that is so crazy. Is it the paddle board? We don't quite know. Laundry basket.
You, Mr.
You're
Trumbull,
welcome.
you can sit.
You have a good night. Thank you.
Dana Mooney is next.
And I will say
And nothing he said in there was there anything wrong? It was all factually based, and she was in a hurry to get him out of there as soon as his time was up. And so we have to comprehend, folks, these people that are in these public offices, if you're one of the ones that wants to step up and take over that position so you can better this society, understand your integrity is paramount, and the transparency that it's already there when people like Mr. Trumbull, Levi Trumbull, does the record search and finds these kinds of things that aren't so don't show so much integrity, you know, for a Christian society that goes through marriages and divorces 3-4 times in a lifetime. That's not integrity. Integrity is actually held in that Christian bond of marriage, wedlock, till death do us part. And if you're not going to take on that companionship till death do us part with the integrity of your own self and say, well, if they do something wrong, then I'm going to give up my integrity, that's your own fault. That's your own lack of integrity.
If you guys are not familiar, last time he spoke, they removed him. He was criticizing a particular policy of FCPS. They had one of the sheriff's deputies remove him. It was absolutely egregious. He said that his claim is he's committed to sue him federally for that matter, but it was egregious, and they seem to have a complete misunderstanding of how the First Amendment works. They cannot impose a policy that says you cannot use certain words to describe our policies, but that is what they did in the instance of Mr. Porter the last time that he spoke at one of these meetings. So do you have any final thoughts?
Well, I think that the Ray Gallagher divorce is really messy, and everyone should email Levi at levitrumbull@yahoo.com. Just hammer that inbox with requests for her divorce document and share it everywhere on Facebook, like I'm currently doing. Because you're really going to want to find out what happened to the treadmill. It's riveting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, guys, it's really something. And I mean, it is public record. What the heck, guys? So, all right, we'll catch you.
And so a lot of that
project, $10 in your pocket, 60 units from 1 2x4.
And so a lot of that is going to be humor when it comes to the divorce papers. Looking at a professional public service agent and seeing the ridiculousness that they will go through in their materialistic battles to keep their integrity. It's amazing. It's profound. So I urge everybody to keep paying attention. The next one we have is this is Cop Talk Live, and he's talking about unfit cops that are failing the public. And so we're going to take a look at this one, and this goes to know thyself, heal thyself, and heal thyself. That's the healthy, ATALTHY, heal thy, that's healthy. Okay. So think about that, and let's get into the next one.
Be the bad guy for this because apparently nobody gives a shit and nothing's going to change in law enforcement. So I'm done trying to be somewhat reasonable, explaining to the citizens out there who continue to want this DEI hiring or the 30 by 30 agenda. You just be prepared, because someone you love will die at the hands of police, and the nation will say it was completely justified. This is Dade City, Miami. One of their police officers was sworn in 2023. Now, I am not even remotely talking about her character, don't know her as an individual, have never had any interaction whatsoever. I don't even know her height at this point. Let's just say that this chief...
She's 5 foot nothing, if even that. Maybe 4'9". And again, look at the chief. Fat. We're talking about their health. And ain't no way in hell this little bitty girl could possibly fulfill the physical requirements needed to protect other people. She herself is one that needs protection.
who swore in a time. Maybe he's a monster. Maybe he's 6'7", and she's just dwarfed in comparison. If I stood next to him, I'd probably look as tall as her. So we're going to take a look and see, is this a responsible hire for the Dade City Police Department in Florida? And the answer is abso-fucking-lutely not. Now, compared to the...
See the podium? I'm betting now that I see it, that she's shorter than 4'9". And again, look at her obesity. This goes to the same thing as the reading comprehension. If you think this is a strong nation with these kind of people as your policy enforcers, then I urge you to reconsider.
Size of a podium, she barely even comes over the top of it. Never mind the fact that she looks like a weeble. And I don't give a rat fuck if you think that insulting to someone, I don't care if it's a female or a male, their size is classless. These are the people who are ultimately going to use force on you when they pull you over for not using a turn signal to get their fucking quota that month. And in case we think that this is an optical illusion, it's the angle, the podium was really 10 feet back, let's take another look. Here she is next to what would seem a normal-sized man and an average-sized female. This is the size, the lack of standard, the overweight, small female that the Dade City Police Department have on their streets patrolling you. You know, I don't know you, and this is a personal attack, but it's also an attack on the profession. And let me explain why you getting involved in this profession. It's not.
I'd say that's probably close to accurate, 240 pounds.
Your fault, but it's one of the most selfish things you could have done. And every cop out there who thinks they could do the job, you can't. In many ways, you're just not able to do it. The biggest problem we have is with this DEI shit and this 30 by 30. I say this a million times. You, the public, who thinks this is so good and she's a great community police officer and all this, she still has a gun and the authority to exercise seizure powers on you. She could take away your freedom and or life if she can articulate it. Well, the threshold, the ability for her to articulate a higher level of threat than what a 6-foot-tall man would be able to do will be severely lowered. And that means that Officer Feliciano will be lawfully justified to using her pistol on a normal circumstance so much quicker than a 6-foot-tall, well-built male could. This is what is coming into the profession every single day in the towns like Dade City and everywhere out there where they want to exercise DEI and 30 by 30. People.
And it's only an excuse. It's only an excuse to say, well, she was smaller than him and therefore had to escalate to the use of weapons because she couldn't take over him physically. And that, again, is the problem. If you think you've got a strong policy enforcement, then they should look strong, not fat, obese, old, decrepit, fucking pathetic.
Like Officer Feliciano, who thought it was a good job to become a police officer, now will have the lawful authority to shoot and kill you faster at her discretion. And the more cops you get on the street like her, the more that discretion is going to completely change the landscape of objectively reasonableness by Graham v. Connor. So,
and that's where the discretion has already gone out the window because, like I said, it's not just these policy enforcers, but those that sign on after them, qualifying them, saying, okay, yeah, we'll prosecute this case. See, that's where discretion went out the window a long time ago. It's not just coming out because of the health of certain individuals that are applying for these positions. It's the mental health that has been disassociative for so long because of silver spoon-fed motherfuckers and nepotism and cronyism and this and that. And again, these people are not 8th grade dropouts and stuff. It is a matter of intellect. And when somebody of a higher intellect thinks that they can get things over because the general population doesn't have such a high intellect, and that 90% of them will, in fact, go with the flow, that's their scapegoat. That's why they get away with saying, well, he's disseminating personal information that isn't allowed. No, you are a public official. And if there's a public record on it, it's in the public domain and it can be disseminated. If he's trying to gather private information, that's different.
Every one of you who thinks this is great or thinks I'm an asshole for picking on her, I couldn't give a rat fuck. I'm trying to save myself and everybody else that I love out there from interacting with a cop like this who has to get her performance evaluation for the...
He says, I wouldn't give a rat's fuck. I got a nice Christmas present. Says, I don't give a rat's ass. Let me get this. So you guys get the full visual effect. I don't give a rat's ass. Not one. About any of your falsities and all the bullshit that you want to play. I care about the truth and only the truth.
Day. So she pulls over somebody who has a bad attitude for not using a turn signal. And the next thing you know, she's able to articulate, I was in great fear for my safety. So I used my pistol and terminated the life-threatening behavior. This woman is going to get someone hurt. She's going to actually cost the city more dollars when her backup has to wind up getting involved, and if not, putting them at risk. And it's just going to continue from there. Dade City, Florida. If you live in the city, I don't care how nice this fucking cop is. You are at risk if you need emergency services or if deadly force is applicable. Officer Feliciano, I have no personal opinion of you whatsoever, but I actually am massively disgusted in your department for putting you on the street. Anybody like this who is put on the street is a danger to the public and the profession. You are absolutely shitting all over our profession.
And I agree.
In Pennsylvania.
I agree.
Well, in Live Oak, there is.
So let's take a look at the next one. Body cam shows Live Oak officers false claims about business owner before owner's arrest. So again, when the police are discerned as by the general population, though, you know, those that back the blue, you know, the boot, black boot suckers. When those people believe that the police are telling the truth, the police start getting away with lies. And that's why it's so important for the good people to stand up, because the idiots that don't even know the first thing about borders in New Mexico and New Jersey and New York and New Hampshire and where they are all located, Hawaii, for crying out loud. The lady thought Hawaii wasn't within the United States. She evidently thinks the only state that's in the United States is the one that she lives in. This is why they get away with the lies.
Well, in Live Oak, there is an escalating feud between its police department and a local business owner. Damon Fogley was arrested this fall while he says he was trying to file an ethics complaint at City Hall.
As KSAT investigates, Dylan Collier reports that incident came months after an officer was recorded on his own body camera making false claims about Fogley and the company that he operates.
Damon Fogley.
Trying to navigate all this has been very challenging and difficult for me.
Last month, Damon Fogley made his first ever appearance in a Bexar County courtroom. The disabled Army veteran was arraigned on misdemeanor charges of criminal trespassing and resisting arrest. It's
criminal trespassing on his own property. And again, this is a veteran. This is one of the guys that stood up for those freedoms, albeit in a corporate sense. I think their foundational belief in entering those kind of venues is solid. I think they're good, honorable men when they go in, and that they do want to have a good bound duty to faith and integrity in upholding the rights of people, so that we do maintain our freedoms. And that's maintain.
the last place Fogley thought he'd ever end up 2 years after opening Uncharted Adventures. an entertainment venue, including rage rooms, nestled along Interstate 35.
I had no idea, never in a million years.
Fogley, who poured his life savings into the business, said he had to clear several hurdles from Live Oak, including hiring an architect, just to open his doors.
They don't know that we're coming in.
June 19th, agents from the Texas Comptroller's office showed up unannounced. Fogley had fallen behind on his monthly sales tax reports and owed the state around $50,000 in back taxes, a sum the comptroller looked to make through seizing money and alcohol to be auctioned off later.
Oh, God. That's a big number. What's happening? 50. Okay.
The voice you heard is that of Live Oak police officer Jacob Esquivel. He was assigned along with a sergeant to keep the peace during the tax seizure and introduced himself by telling agents he needed them to book him an appointment with the tax assessor.
So this means that you guys get to like give one favor out to the guys responding out here, right?
Agents quickly.
See? You hear that, folks? So this means you guys get to give out like one favor. That's that nepotism and cronyism I was talking about. It's favoritism. And they think that's part of the law, that's one of their benefits because they're a public servant. That's what puts them above everybody. They get those special favors. It's a favor. It's not within privilege or right. It's a favor.
Responded that he was talking about the wrong office. Once inside,
Sarge, that cooler is hot.
Esquivel's camera captured him unleashing a steady stream of foul language.
Ooh, what's for dessert? That's a nice bottle.
And a flood of false accusations about Fogley and his business.
By the way, they're definitely hiding money from the game. Oh, yeah. You don't have like card tournaments in here? Yeah. So you know they're doing poker? And you know they're skimming on the top of that too. It's going to be close to their stuff.
Yeah, you know, that repeated rhetoric that gets the people convinced that the police are telling the truth because the language that you know. I hope you guys are catching on.
That party that shut up? Oh, the high school party? Really?
Fogley was not at his business during the tax seizure, but says Esquivel's comments infuriated him. The Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission opened an investigation in June after a shooting in this parking lot, but closed it months later after finding no violations on the part of the business.
No violations on the part of the business. Okay? Remember that. No violations on the part of the business.
We requested the body camera footage after a manager overheard Esquivel joking that he was going to buy up bottles of seized booze.
So I know I'm going to be looking at the comptroller's office here in 20 days. Because something tells me he's not going to be able to come out with 50,000.
Yeah, something tells me he's not going to be able to come up with $50,000. So I'm going to get to buy all that those unopened bottles of booze for a discount as a favor from the comptroller. Yeah. See, this is, we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. This is the way it is. And if you guys don't see it, go ahead and keep back in the blue until it happens to you.
$1,000.
And here I am as an innocent person being subjected to this by a police officer who I feel is someone who's supposed to have high levels of integrity and high levels of standards.
Live Oak police say Fogley in October showed up at various city buildings 3 times within a week, was found wandering in a restricted area, and acted suspicious. Days later, Fogley was arrested. He says he was simply trying to file an ethics complaint and was checking to see if city administration was purposely ducking him. A hard lesson, according to Fogley, on what can happen if you take on City Hall.
Of course they were trying to duck him. See, it goes to that transparency and integrity that I've been talking about. And they don't have either. That's why it's, again, so important that we start standing up and doing this. We are the government. The government only operates by the consent of the people. So it's only when the people stand up and quit consenting and throw off that despotic government, which is in fact their duty. Understand that. That's your duty, to throw off despotic governments. And it's not inherently a duty that's self-serving, but rather serving the future generations. Because if you keep allowing the government to restrict tighter and tighter, who do you think they're going to strangle after they get done strangling you? Maybe your children? Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not when they're still children. But when they become adults, most certainly, they enter that arena. Particularly with 4'3", 240-pound women that can't do anything to police other people except use weapons. Dangerous weapons.
Dylan Collier, KSAT investigates.
So Live Oak officials declined to make Police Chief Michael Freitas available for an interview. In a statement to KSAT, he confirmed that Internal Affairs is investigating comments made between the two officers while they were conversing amongst themselves. And once the probe is completed, the department will determine if any internal actions are warranted.
Of course. Of course. So let's go on to the next one. Now, the next one's a little bit longer. But a cop's arrested her for driving while parked. Driving while parked. Okay, just because you're in an automobile doesn't mean that they can give you a traffic citation. Okay, there are certain requisites, and one of those for a traffic citation is illegal parking. But that's just a parking citation. It's not actually a traffic citation. It's not actually a moving violation. So there is still a distinct difference. However, even if you have the keys in the ignition and the car is on, but the automobile is in park, technically no traffic citation is applicable because it's not moving. Okay? It is a motion thing. So let's get into this.
Again, we got called here, so we're
That's
just
okay.
making sure everything's all right.
If you can conduct your investigation, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know what you're talking about, and like I said, I don't have an attorney with me, so
That's fine. That's fine.
Do you need my ID or something?
Yeah.
You're not here for that.
Yes, we are.
You're not.
We're here to find out what's going on with you.
And I told you there's nothing going on.
We're here to find out what's going on with you. But there's no traffic going on. So it's just a simple investigation.
On April 30th, 2025, the Edison Police Department received a phone call that a woman sitting in a gray sedan was banging on car windows. But when they arrived, she was sitting peacefully in her vehicle.
May I help you? I can come out with the vehicle. Hey, ma'am. It's Officer Dawn, Officer Fingal. How can I help you? We're just making sure you're okay. I'm great. So you're okay? I'm perfectly fine. Okay, we just got a couple calls about you like banging on people's car doors. I'm not banging on nobody's car doors. I'm inside my car. I never got out my car. No, I did not. But I'm not going to answer any questions because I don't have an attorney with me, and I didn't.
Yeah, and again, if she's out of her car banging on other people's windows and stuff, then she's not driving. Again, not a moving violation. You can't ask for her driver's license or ID without reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime has been committed.
This call, which was disguised as a welfare check, turned into a traffic stop in the middle of the parking lot, and things got chaotic.
So,
again, we got called here, so
that's okay. If you can conduct your investigation, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know what you're talking about, and like I said, I don't have an attorney. I don't have an attorney with me, so
that's fine. That's fine.
Do you need my ID or something?
Yeah.
Do you need my ID? I don't.
Do you live here? Do you live here?
I do not live here.
Oh,
see, and that's just automatically, that's been indoctrinated into us. We've been conditioned to just get that ID out and give it to them. That's a no-no. Technically, that's a no-no. You're letting the state identify you, and you give them a state ID saying so. You never learn how to identify yourself. You never learn to know thyself in this Christian society. Amazing.
Okay, where do you live?
I do not live here.
Where do you
Where
live?
I live is none of your business.
Is this what you're driving
This
with?
is my ID. No, it's not.
You have a driver's license?
Ma'am.
Ma'am, do you have a driver's license?
But you're not here for
Ma'am,
that.
yes, we
You're
are.
not here
We
for
got called
that.
here for you.
Can I have my ID?
Just give me a second.
Can I have
And exactly right. You're not here for that. You're not here for my driver's license. And he says, yes, we are. No, you just said you got called for a welfare check.
my ID?
Do you have a driver's license?
Ma'am, can you turn your body camera on?
It is on. It is
Turn your
on.
body camera on? All right. Can I have my ID?
Ma'am,
Can I have my ID?
Do you have a license?
May I have? I do. Can I have my ID? Thank you. Thank you.
Right, give me that.
No.
Do you have a driver's license?
So listen. Listen to me. Listen to me. I am permitted to drive. I am permitted to drive. But listen, I'm not here. That has nothing to do why you're here. You said you're conducting. No, because you're saying you're asking me if I was okay, and then you say you're conducting an investigation. I told you there's nothing going on with me. I'm fine. I'm sitting here.
So you see the problem. Welfare check, and then conducting an investigation, and they want her driver's license. Wanting to know if she can drive because she's in a car and she handed her an ID, not a driver's license, an ID. And then they wanted to hand the ID back, even though she's already identified, and wanted her to give them the driver license. See, this is no longer a welfare check, is it, folks?
Didn't do anything to anybody. I don't know why anybody's saying anything to you. I'm on the phone with somebody, my friend.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys have going on, but I have nothing to do with what's going on. No, I don't have to.
Okay,
this
so
is my right.
Do you have a license?
No, listen.
You were showing me something just now.
No, listen, but you're not here for that.
Yes, we are.
You're not.
We're here to find out what's
This is
going
not
on
a
with
traffic
you.
stop, and I told you there's nothing going on with me.
But
Right there.
you asked for
Turn
ID.
your car off. Turn your car off.
You're behind the wheel of a car that's on.
Yes,
You're
and
behind the wheel of a
but
car
you're
that's
not
on.
here. But you're not. You
You're behind the
didn't
wheel.
traffic stop me, sir.
It's not
You
about
came
that.
up here-
It's
It's
not
not a
about
traffic
that.
stop. I was not driving. You came up here. I was parked.
Get out of the car.
Absolutely not.
Get out of the car.
No.
They just turned this call into a traffic stop, and now they're going to apply Pennsylvania versus MIMS while on private property.
You don't get out, you're getting locked up.
Yes, understand, folks. Private property. A parking lot is private property. There may be public accommodation, but it's private property. So they actually have to have the permission from the property owner to even be speaking with her and take a course of action on that piece of property. Otherwise, they're public servants and they're restricted to public property. While this is a private lot. Parking lots, those are private. They're owned by the businesses. That's why they don't have street names on them. Same with trailer parks. Those are privately owned. That's why the street signs, they have street names, but the street signs are a different color than the public street signs. In any city, go to a trailer park, and if the trailer park street signs are the same color as the city, then that trailer park obviously must be owned by the city.
I didn't do anything. Call your sergeant.
Ma'am.
Call your sergeant. Call your sergeant. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Call your sergeant.
Car.
No.
You're getting locked up.
For what?
You're obstructing our investigation.
No. Excuse me, sir. No.
Obstructing the investigation, which wasn't an investigation, but a welfare check. And then during that investigation, they decide, or during that check, that welfare check, they decided they wanted to investigate a traffic violation because the key was in the ignition and the car was on, and she handed him a ID and not a driver's license. See, this is just so much bullshit. And this is why I don't play games. You can handcuff me, you can take me to jail all you want. And I'm not saying I'll never be arrested again, but I doubt it.
Are you get out of the car? I'm not accepting anything. Call your sergeant. Right, no, please don't grab me. Do not grab me.
I don't want to grab you.
Do not grab me.
I don't
Oh
want
my God. No. They're violating me. They're violating me. I didn't do anything.
Scream all you want.
I didn't do anything.
But you're not going to stop the fact that what you're doing right now. Okay.
And by the way, again, folks, just like the curtilage to your home is actually a temple. Okay. And that's why I have my black and white signs on the front door, back door, and one up here in my little den area here. It's a temple. And when the police open the door themselves, that's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, the people's right to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. And the effects is that the house as a temple is the same thing as a car is a temple. It's what protects you in the general public. It's why they have all that steel around you. You don't want to get hurt. It's technically a temple. This is one of the things about tinted windows that I have a problem with. Because they think since they can have a view into it and you have no way to pull down all the blinds so they can't see into it, they don't consider it a temple. They consider it public property. Many different ways where they discern this kind of shit. And again, it's idiocy. It's simply because the majority of the people don't comprehend this stuff. They're not concerned about their rights so much. They think the policy enforcers are going to do that for them. And they're the ones that are violating them the most.
Do anything.
Okay, keep
I didn't do
you
anything.
have your body cam.
Okay,
acting irate. Acting is as irate that you are right now.
I never did anything. I answered all your questions.
No, you didn't.
I answered all your questions. I'm not driving without. I'm permitted to drive. I can.
Okay, so where's your ID?
I just showed you.
No, you didn't.
I didn't have to. Can you get your sergeant? Can you please get your sergeant? Okay, so can I? We're on the way for your sergeant.
Get out of the car.
Ma'am, I'm not gonna get out of the car.
As a New Jersey
No, I'm
driver,
not.
you have to get out of the
I
car.
do not.
Okay.
I do not.
I'm giving you
I
the
do not.
I'm asking you to get out of the car. I'm asking
I do not. I do not. I do not have to get out of the car.
You have to get out of the car. I'm asking you to get out of the car. Which is it?
I'm asking you right now. I'm not locked up for what? I'm not
just gave you the charge. I just gave you the
all your questions.
I just gave you the charge.
I answered all your questions.
So again, they converted a welfare check into an investigation, and now they're placating obstruction. You don't have obstruction unless you've got an actual investigation. You came on a welfare check.
Please do not touch me. Please get out of the car. I'm asking for your son. I have no reason to get out of the car.
As a driver in New Jersey, you have to get out of the car.
What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
As a driver, no, she's not driving. You can't call her a driver. She didn't give you a driver's license. Okay?
Obstructing our investigation. Get out of the car.
Every question that you ask
Get out of the car.
I'm not going to get out of the car.
Then you're going to get forced out of the car. I don't want to touch you.
But then get out of the car.
Get out of the car.
I have no reason to get out of the car.
She just told you to.
Can you please wait for your sergeant to get out? I didn't do anything to you. I didn't do anything to you.
And that's the basis of it, folks. They have no reason to tell her to get out of the car. And she has no reason to get out of the car unless they tell her to. There is no reason for them to be telling her to get out of the car. Again, they came on a welfare check to see if she was okay because people had a concern about her. They didn't say any crime was committed. And now all of a sudden they're in an investigation. Where does that come from? From their discernment or lack thereof?
This is scary as hell. This is scary. I didn't do anything.
Man, we're asking you to get out of your car.
I didn't do anything. Why do I have to get out of the car?
You were driving a car
I was
without a
not driving.
license. I asked you to get out of the car.
I'm not driving without a license. You pulled up. I was parked.
No, you weren't.
Yes, you pulled up. I was parked.
No, you weren't.
I was parked right here.
How may I help you? No, with the vehicle. Hey, ma'am. It's Officer Don, Officer Fingal. How can I help you? We're just making sure you're okay. I'm great. So you're okay? I'm perfectly fine. Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Screaming right now. You're getting out of the car.
I'm okay. I'm perfectly fine. Okay. And at that point, they should have been done. But no, they continued on. That's the point of escalation. That's the point of deception. That's the point of conversion from a welfare check to an investigation. And again, in Pennsylvania versus Mims, it's under investigation and they have to have reasonable articulable suspicion. They have none of that. They don't even have a crime yet.
Oh my God.
We don't want to touch you. You're getting out of the car.
Oh my God.
Steve.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
Get out of the car.
I have no reason to get out of the car. I have no longer reason to get out of the car. No, I don't. I didn't do anything
Your
wrong.
irate behavior.
You guys are telling me to get out of the car for no reason. I was parked right here when you pulled up. It's on your cam. I was parked right here.
No, you were not.
I was parked. I wasn't even
No,
driving.
you were driving.
Where did I drive?
You were parked over there and you pulled into the
That's
car.
not driving. I parked right here.
Oh my goodness.
Get out of the
Man,
car.
you're not going back and forth with this.
I'm going to escort you out of the
You come
car.
out, come out.
Now they're trying to say that she was driving and that they saw her pull over from one parking spot to another when they were pulling up. I hope they would have that on body cam or on dash cam when they were pulling up. Because again, the report says that she was out of her car going to other cars and knocking on windows. No one reported that she was driving. And it's obvious that she's in the car and she's in the parking lot, so she came from somewhere. But still, that is not an issue on a welfare check.
Thank you for your sergeant. Give me your sergeant. All right, there's no reason for this. There's no reason for this.
You're not dictating this. You're not dictating this.
I'm not dictating anything.
All right, then, so get out the car like she asked you to.
I didn't do
Then
anything.
get out the car like
Anything. Can you call your sergeant? Can you please call your sergeant? Can you call your sergeant? Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. You guys are, you know, please, you don't have to arrest me, ma'am. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
At this point, things get really chaotic. But if you listen to everything that actually happened, this driver has every right to be upset. When these cops first approached the vehicle, their first lie was that they were checking on her. That quickly changed to they got a call that she was banging on car windows. Then it became a traffic stop. After the traffic stop, she was told to exit the vehicle because she was being irate. Finally, the first responding cop stated that she saw the driver move her vehicle from one parking spot to another, as if that would matter because she was on private property and not a public roadway.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. You didn't know. I can't breathe. I didn't do anything. I was parked right there.
All right, come on.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Relax.
Do you need an ambulance?
Yes.
One ambulance.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And I gotta say it here. This is the part I don't like because this is just totally overblown and overreacted as well. And this is one of the comments I make about women in society. Their emotions will tend to escalate things, and that's not a good thing. We need people, both men and women, to be reasonable and logical in situations like this. Calm, intellectually wise, concise, and consistent.
God. Oh my God. Oh, y'all.
You want to sit up?
You were just fired.
You did this.
No, I did not. I answered every question you had me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. To protect yourself. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm gonna come down and oh my God. Oh my God. You took an oath to protect and serve, man. You really gonna do that to me as if I did something wrong?
Okay, you got a couple paramedics over here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 officers for a woman that was bothering no one, evidently, sitting in her car, and other people got emotional. That's not her bothering them. That's them and living in a fear state in their emotions. And how much do you think each of these officers makes? How about the paramedics? A lot of funds going out. A lot of funds going out. Escalating to generate money to have a job. If they do not bring in money, they cannot have a job, cannot get paid. And they're escalating the pay and the budget by hiring people to do that exact thing.
I got it. The camera?
No, the air.
Oh.
You're not going to say anything. You're not going to say anything that we haven't permitted. You're towing my car.
Ma'am, you're under arrest for obstruction.
What?
You're under arrest for obstruction.
Okay, but
all right.
And again, a misapplication of the law here, because obstruction, as it goes to the actual law, is obstruction of government, not obstruction of private policy enforcers. So their obstruction is not the same. That's some fake law that they wrote into the local municipal codes and shit. Has nothing to do with government. Has to do with the corporate entity under a charter with the municipality. And you're obstructing their commercial venue.
Right then. You'll be advised to everything that's being done, all right? You'll be advised. You will be advised as to everything that's being done.
sir, I have a permit, I have registration and insurance. My car is registered to me. I have a tip tail on my car and I am permitted to drive.
New Jersey's legal definition of operating a vehicle. New Jersey does not define operating as driving. You do not need to be moving. New Jersey defines operating as any physical control of a motor vehicle or any action that is the first step in exerting control over the vehicle, whether or not the vehicle is actually moving. Key case, State versus Mulcahy. The New Jersey Supreme Court held that a person operates a vehicle when they physically control the car or take actions consistent with starting or moving it, even if the car never moves. Also,
and again, that goes to the point where if you're on private property, then you're still not driving. You may be operating the automobile in its proper fashion, but the police can't come onto your private property, say a farm, while you're teaching your child how to drive, operate that automobile. They can't come on and give your anybody a citation for driving, for traffic violations, because even though it was moving, again, it's private property, folks. There's a distinct difference. Like I said, it wasn't on a public roadway. Very distinct definitions on those terms. Operating is not driving, and operating can be applied on private property, but it cannot be applied to driving, which is a traffic citation, because it's not on a public roadway.
Under New Jersey law, a police officer may enter private property open to the public. Courts treat business parking lots, apartment complexes, and driveways as open access unless restricted. A traffic stop does not require a public road violation. Federal and New Jersey courts allow stops anywhere if reasonable suspicion exists for the following: DUI, suspended license, visible vehicle defects, criminal activity, and welfare checks. And in this case, none of these apply because the cops clearly stated they received a call that they tried to disguise later as a welfare check. And why is that important? It's important to know when we consider why a traffic stop would not be permitted. A traffic stop would not be permitted when you obviously are not committing a motor vehicle offense. Having the engine on in a parked car is not illegal. And obviously being suspicious is not a legal violation. Under New Jersey law, suspicious activity is meaningless unless the caller provides specific articulable facts.
And this is where the legal violation cannot be effectuated, because simply knocking on somebody's windows is not illegal. So they called for a legal violation because she was knocking on people's windows and they were in their feelers. That's not a criminal violation. It's not illegal.
A vague, non-specific 911 call cannot justify detention. This is upheld by major Supreme Court cases like Florida versus JL, where an anonymous tip with no details equals no stop. The court held that you just can't.
And on such kinds of calls, I would urge people reconsider the thought that they even send anybody out on dispatch for such a non-call, non-tint, as they call it here on the metaverse. If there's no criminal activity, then why would you send an officer out to check? Shouldn't you just tell the lady, well, that's not illegal, ma'am? See, that's where the error occurs. Dispatch. When insane people call into dispatch because of their fees and don't know the law and think that the policy enforcers will do something for them because of their fees. And understand, that's exactly what happens. The police will respond to those calls because there's nothing illegal happening, but they need the job.
And stop someone based off of a random call. Navarrete versus California states only specific reliable tips justify stops. New Jersey courts follow these same rules. So to make it perfectly clear, operating, the car being on, plus no crime, plus a vague tip equals no traffic stop. So as we saw when the cop first arrived on scene, she stated that she was checking on the driver. Then that turned into she got a call. That turned into a traffic stop. That turned into she needs to step out of the car because she's irate. And they are trying to apply Pennsylvania versus Mims in this particular case, but this is not a traffic stop. Yes, police can stop you on private property, but it has to be for very specific reasons that we listed off. Things like DUIs or criminal activity, which none of the above apply in this situation. And for those who may say the woman in this video was very irate, I will say she had every right to be. She was sitting on private property, minding her own business.
And while I agree, she did have the right to be irate. But again, I urge people to start thinking about this stuff and start responding appropriately with reason and logic. That's the only way you're going to beat them in this emotional game.
And she was pulled out of her car by cops who stated they were conducting a traffic stop in the middle of the parking lot. She was ultimately charged with obstruction, and I'll keep my eyes on this one for a follow-up. This is why it's so important for us to know our rights, because obviously, as we see in every video, the police, they do not know. Always protect yourself and always know your rights. With that being said,
absolutely. Absolutely. Learn how to protect yourself, because that gal that's 4'3" and 240 pounds that we saw in the earlier video cannot protect you. She cannot protect you. And if you think she can, I feel bad for you. You must be very weak. So let's take a look at the next one. The next one is from our civil rights lawyer. I always like this guy. He puts out great content, comes across some great cases. And this one here, cop aims guns at mom and 6-year-old on road trip. Let's see here.
Cops treating an innocent mom and her 6-year-old son like this. A 27-year-old mom with a 6-year-old little boy safely buckled in the rear seat pulls into an Arkansas gas station in a white.
And this is the egregious initiation of that fear complex in our younger generations and women when they're out there in public while dad's at work and mom's running errands and dealing with the kids in school projects and everything, and the police stop them. It's an initiation of fear. It's a specific tactic. It's a war tactic at that. I urge everybody to get the book by Daniel Jonah Goldhagen, Hitler's Willing Executioners. Read that and see the exact similarity in every aspect of Hitler's willing executioners and today's modern police state, not just in America, but all around the world.
Lincoln sedan. Suddenly, multiple police cars speed towards her, slamming on their brakes. Officers jump out, aiming rifles and pistols at the mom as well as her innocent little boy. They are absolutely terrified.
Down on your face now. Put your hands behind your back. Is there anybody else that you came up there in the store with?
But as it turns out, the police officers had the wrong car. They had the wrong suspect. And the worst thing about it was what these cops did after they realized their mistake.
And I'm going to point out here that I think they knew they had made a mistake before they had this woman get on the ground, because I would imagine that identification of the vehicle and the suspect would be pertinent before drawing weapons. Again, and you'll see these officers actually look like they're in good shape. Trimmed up, muscled. You'd think that they'd be able to protect you, but these are the ones that really institute the fear with them long rifles, 3 of them pointing at one woman with a 6-year-old in the car. Where is the discernment there? Where is the discernment that says, hey, wait a minute, this isn't our suspect?
Welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel, where my mission is to protect and defend your constitutional rights by showing you all of the outrageous things that your government regularly does to people just like you. So if you share in that mission too, please comment, like, and share this footage so that what you see in this video doesn't happen again to somebody else. On July 12th.
Yes. I'm doing the same thing. If you have the same views and share the same ideologies, hit the like, share, and subscribe and get this information out. Draw more people to it. Whether it's my platform or you start showing videos yourself, do something about it. Please.
Of 2024, this 27-year-old mom, Peyton Malia, was driving through Fayetteville, Arkansas with her 6-year-old son in the backseat of her car. They stopped at a gas station called Casey's General Store to get some snacks. They were driving a white 2009 Lincoln M.K.S. 4-door sedan with a valid Arkansas temporary tag, and she had done nothing wrong, not even a traffic violation. She wasn't a wanted person. She wasn't a fugitive. She wasn't driving a stolen car. She had done absolutely nothing wrong. So how and why did this end up happening? Apparently, these Arkansas state troopers were tracking an Apple AirTag, looking for a different but similar looking white 2013 Lincoln MKZ 4-door sedan. So a pretty similar looking car, but with visibly different styling, different badging, and a different VIN number. Who were they looking for? They had no idea. They were just tracking an AirTag, allegedly, that they knew was wholly unreliable as far as specific location data goes. And whose AirTag was it? We don't know. Maybe it was a stolen car, but it wasn't this car. We know that. According to the lawsuit that was just filed against the Arkansas state troopers who were involved on behalf of Peyton Malia, these troopers actually had no idea who the suspect was they were looking for. All they knew was that they were looking for a Lincoln MKZ model sedan, not an MKS.
So, again, when you are so gung-ho to be a hero and put criminals away, that you go out blatantly violating people's right and instilling fear in little 6-year-old boys who would probably ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? Oh, I want to be a police officer. Probably doesn't want to be a police officer anymore. Probably wants to grow up so he can beat your fucking ass. See, that's the problem with using these kind of tactics. And I know I, for one, have been tired of it for a long time.
Schwab, you gonna go straight?
Oh yeah. I'll just, just let me go straight there, and then I'll jump straight in.
Okay.
No. I'm not ready. I'm already going home. I got this.
Shane, you and me want to go right and go in on that right side there?
Are you going to go straight, Randall? Yeah, I'm going to go straight. I'm going to go ahead and try to take you down there. And if he's there, we need to make sure he's in the car, though. Yes. We need somebody in the car.
You just want to block the exits and shut it down, or what do you want to do?
Make the exit in this gas station, the front door here, and then the one on the right.
Do you want to shut down the parking lot, though, or the car can't leave and nobody get out?
Well, it shows it's got an exit on the Scootro Drive and Wexington. Yeah. All right, you see it. Hey, don't do anything unless there's somebody in the car. Looks like there's a female standing on the passenger side. Oh, is that it right there? I think so.
I think so. Okay, I think so is the best you got. I think so. Are you guys catching this? Do you understand how they operate yet? They don't know anything, not even the law. And when they think so far out of the realm of reality, it's pathetic. A total lack of discernment over a fucking AirPod. Weapons drawn and aimed. Yeah, they're down, but they're all three of those guns are in a direction towards her over an iPod. I mean, what is so extensive that you need to draw weapons like this over an iPod because you think it's the right car? You have no details other than it's a specific type of car, and you can see that it's not. So I'm curious. I haven't watched this one all the way through yet. So I'm curious to find out if they find the iPod. Because that's what they said they were tracking. And you would think if they're tracking an iPod and it was a certain style car and it came to this parking lot, that maybe there's that other car in the parking lot that looks the same.
Get on your face. Get down on your face now. Put your hands behind your back. Is there anybody else that you came up here in the store with?
So all of these tough guys are Arkansas State Troopers. This one in particular, his name is Shane Alkire. You're about to see him walk up to the front driver's side of this vehicle and read the VIN number and thus realize that it's the wrong VIN number. So everything that you see after that point, these officers had actual knowledge that, oops, they had just pulled over the wrong vehicle, as if it wasn't obvious enough.
Hey, let's make sure nobody showed up with her. Is anybody else doing that car with her coming south? I need to know. I'm not talking. Is anybody else coming up with her? This little boy knows her.
And this Arkansas State Trooper over here, according to the lawsuit, his name is Randall Schwab. He is the one who put Peyton in handcuffs. And now he is the one, after everybody knows this is the wrong car, who takes way too long to remove the handcuffs off her. But here's the worst part. Instead of profusely and sincerely apologizing for their mistake, pointing guns at this innocent woman and her 6-year-old son, what does he do? Instead of sending her away as a free person and perhaps also buying them some snacks to take with them out of Casey's General Store, instead, he continues this detainment in the absence of any justification, in the absence of any reasonable suspicion, in the absence of any probable cause. She's committed no crime. They know 100% she did nothing wrong. He continues the detention because he just...
And that, folks, is inhumane treatment, particularly by a public official who, even though he doesn't know the law, he knows they're wrong. But yet, as the attorney here says, keeps her in cuffs. Why would you do that? Why? What kind of fucking mental psychopathy do you have to keep a woman in handcuffs in front of her 6-year-old son? Is it to initiate that fear and set it deep within that child? This is fucking sinister shit, folks.
just can't help himself because he is exerting the power of the government, and the government does not care. The government will stomp on your rights. The government will spit on your rights, and it will use people just like the guys that you see in this video putting on their black gloves, strapping on their AR-15s to deal with this 27-year-old mother and her innocent 6-year-old son. So Trooper Randall Schwab of the Arkansas State Police continues to detain this innocent woman, and he directs her to go back to her car and provide him with her ID. He then runs her ID through this.
Wow. Just fucking wow. Instead of, like the guy said, apologizing and even just sending them on their way. Say, hey, you'll get a call from the chief or something. No. He wants to do a check so he can still try to make something out of nothing. That's the sinister bullshit. That's why I don't carry ID. I'm not going to let anybody else identify me anymore. I know who I am.
Dispatch to check for warrants because he just wants to arrest her that badly, even though he knows she did nothing wrong. So I've given you basically all the information that I could find on this. I pulled a copy of the complaint and the lawsuit. I will post a copy of that at the blog post link below so you can look at it yourself. There's not a whole lot more information out there. According to the news reports that I saw, the Arkansas State Police has declined to even comment on this due to pending litigation. And I have a problem with that. Our public servants cannot refuse to comment when they do something wrong just because there's pending litigation, because all of that concerns the public. If they engaged in misconduct, that needs to be addressed. And here they did that. It's undisputed this was the wrong suspect. It's undisputed this was the wrong vehicle. They seized this woman. The burden is on them to establish that there was some reasonable excuse to seize this woman and thereby satisfy the Fourth Amendment. There's nothing in this video footage which provides any reasonable excuse for their behavior. Sometimes mistakes can be made when you're talking about split-second decisions. There was no split-second decision here. This was something that was planned, numerous police officers involved, and once they realized their mistake, what did they do? They did not do the right thing. And why is that? Because government, if left to its own devices, will not do the right thing. It's only when you see this footage and share this footage and show it to other people and get outraged about it and start demanding answers, only then are they going to do something about it.
So as long as you're going to back the blue until it happens to you, and that's the end result, it will happen to you eventually. One day, you're going to hear a on your door. You're going to peek through that peephole and you say, oh, it's the blue. Hey, how you doing? You open the door and next thing you know, you got a boot on your neck. Let's take a look at the next one where a judge sends people to a court watcher's house trying to intimidate him. Another one from Susan Bossy.
This is Susan Bassey back with Mark the Process Server at the California
Says judge sends sheriff deputies to court watcher's house.
California Supreme Court in San Francisco. In this video, we're going to show the relationship between government attorneys, courts, and sheriff's deputies. And we're going to provide an update on that citizen's arrest involving Mark and the Sonoma County Council, Robert Pittman.
Just because you have a badge doesn't make you special and not able to take off your belt. We're going to slow you down. Now you're holding up the other.
Now I got to move. Okay. Yeah, we do.
And it's always fun, interesting, and informative when Mark comes to town. And this time, we're going to talk about the judges in the highest court in the state. And we're also going to talk about how the courts function and how they might end up getting your property.
You know, I was thinking about the code enforcement issue.
I hope you guys pay attention. This lady and Mark here are very well put together. They know what they're doing. They're doing an awesome job. Go check out Susan Bassi, B-A-S-S-I, here on YouTube. Got all kinds of great information. Going to tell you how the process works and everything. Going to tell you how these people work behind the scene. Going to tell you all about the private judges and how that's unconstitutional. Family law judges, unconstitutional, all kinds of shit.
And when I was here years ago, this was a smaller exhibit inside the Supreme Court. And this is what they said, what Tani Sakahui, who was the Chief Justice from 2010 until the G.O.W.A.R.D.S scandal broke. And she talked about that the reason that she got into law was because she witnessed her mom fighting the courts pro per when they took her family home. And for that reason, she got into the law. But what was interesting is when she got into the law, private judging soared, and the whole issue of taking homes through code enforcement, divorces, everything else replaced how they used to do it through eminent domain.
So effectively what she did, and this is one of the things about my little lippy clown guy here, is pointing out some of the obvious that people don't see. So when she was in her victimhood of losing her family home as a child, watching her mom go through it, using that as a virtue signal to get into the system, to take advantage of the corruption that goes on, the crimes that happen, so she could get that generated return back into the family. So she did nothing for any victims, and in fact, made more victims.
So you know what eminent domain is?
That's why they just come snatch what you have.
But they have to pay you fair market for it. And it was never really fair market, but they would do it, for instance, when they're going to put a new freeway in. And they say for the public good, they need to take the property, right?
You might recall we first met Mark after we learned of this video and published it. It was later picked up by Audit the Audit. It's a video of the body cam from the Sonoma County Sheriff's deputy who went out to the home of County Counsel Robert Pittman. We have an update on this case and the lawsuit that's related to it. But on this day, the day that Mark was arrested by a citizen's arrest from the highest ranking attorney in the county, he was serving a lawsuit for a former San Francisco fire captain because Sonoma County was trying to use code enforcement to take his home.
Knock on things to see if someone's home. Well, A, I was in the middle of a meeting. B, again, I'm not entering or opening the door for anyone.
And in case you missed that on the body cam, Mr. Pittman's statement is important because he talks about that he was working from home around 5 o'clock, which means he was working remotely as a county attorney instead of driving a few miles into the office. And he is now claiming that because he was working on county business from his home, that he has immunity at his home. And he has also obtained representation from his subordinates, other attorneys that taxpayers pay, who are now defending not only Mr. Pittman, but his partner who lives in that home and the trust that they own together.
And what she's talking about, their immunity, is that he's claiming that he's immune from being served as a matter of service of process for that suit at home. No, you can be served at your office. And if you're using your home as your office, you can be served at your home. See, you can't use that to skirt the law.
Check with the sheriff's department. I was charged with trespassing once and not going to hold. I'm just here to serve papers and I'm leaving evidence.
And you might have missed that in the first round of videos as well. Mr. Pittman is saying that the district attorney, who has now been run out of office by local voters, felt differently about process servers being able to lawfully do their job. And this is where we start to see too many attorneys, too much collusion, and what we commonly know is First Amendment retaliation.
Absolutely. When a process server has certain guidelines that they can follow to serve, the prosecuting attorneys can't get involved by making false trespass charges. So that's effectively what they did. And it was thrown out. And now he's back to serve him again. And they're trying to trespass him again.
So here's all this stuff.
Typically, police officers, process servers, and other individuals involved in the movement of court documents and legal procedures don't read the documents. So it was interesting that this sheriff deputy was interested enough to look at what was being served on Mr. Pittman. And if you may recall from the last video, Mr. Pittman tried numerous times to use his influence because county counsel are the attorneys for police officers when they get in trouble for misconduct.
Okay. So do you want to do the citizens arrest?
That's that favoritism. That favoritism of the county's prosecutor or the city council because they're under the same charter. So they have to, it's an employee. So they have to represent their employee internally and not hire attorneys outside. That's that favoritism. And it's an internal mechanism in corporate activities, no matter what corporation. And this is the part about Texas Rule of Civil Procedure, Rule 12. You can't hire an attorney by yourself. It has to be done across the board in every jurisdiction. It has to be done by a board of directors, which should tell you that every jurisdiction is in fact commercial and commerce is a taxable event. Every last bit of it is actually a tax issue, period.
For the trespassing?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to go get that form for you to sign, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
All right.
In what appears to be a pattern of retaliation involving County Counsel Robert Pittman, we also learned that when that lawsuit was rolling through the courts, Mr. Pittman made efforts to have the individual who had served that lawsuit on him declared to be a vexatious litigant. A vexatious litigant is an individual who the courts say must ask permission to file a lawsuit or a pleading in the court. It's a way of violating someone's right to seek redress of their government by putting a little delay or obstruction in the process.
So that's another vexatious litigant out of Sonoma County?
Yes.
So they declared him, so you realize that one of the things that parents have complained about is they get declared vexatious in custody cases or divorce cases because they're disputing custody. It's only one case. And the law is written that if you file more than 5 actions, lawsuits in a year, but in family court, they count those actions as a litigation. So each time you file.
So what she's saying here is that every time you file something into a court in one case, they're calling it a single action. That would limit any actions in any court cases to 5 actions. Otherwise, they can get you for vexatious litigation. And that's not the way it works. It's 5 cases, each case being an action with motions of propelling the court within. Period. So they're using terminology and applying it to situations it doesn't apply to. Same thing they tried with me. Vexatious litigation, because I kept filing all kinds of documents in my last case. Get some experience, folks. Even if you do have to get arrested and go to jail and go through this. But I urge you to get some education. Start doing your research now. Don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. And like I said, Susan Bossy, excellent researcher. Go check her out here on YouTube.
A motion that counts as a litigation.
He even bought those trucks back in bankruptcy court for $250,000, and they still have not been returned to him. Right after you get through the Novato Narrows, when you're coming in, right at the beginning of the Narrows, there's that big lake area on your right, and beyond there's a little dirt. You know, it looks like a junkyard, not a junkyard, yeah, or a dump yard. Anyway, his trucks are in there working all day developing that property. That's where the receiver stored them. The receiver passed away. They never put another receiver on the case, and his trucks sit in limbo that he paid $250,000 for.
And there's another issue. This is something I've pointed out, and I'm going to try to point it out more, is that receivership. See, under personal jurisdiction, the plaintiff must serve the defendant in the court in which the case sits. And the defendant needs to voluntarily appear in court. Under that service of process, there must be a receiver. Just sending it through the mail is not good enough. to have a receiver on the other end that actually receives it themselves is required. But the receiver is an assignment. They must be a public official or an agent. That's what the ID implicates. It implicates that you are the receiver of service of process on a driver's license or state ID, which has the individual's name and driver's license number, or individual's name and ID number, but it's got an attached address so that you can receive. Think about this shit, folks. Again, another reason I do not have an ID, and when I use an address, I use a 5-line international format address that clearly shows it is not within the United States, therefore not within their 14th Amendment jurisdiction of dual citizenship, either federal or state citizen residents.
Down to just him and his son running 2 trucks and keeping D.U.M.B Soils alive.
What's the name of the business?
D.U.M.B Soils, and it's the owner, Paul D.U.M.B out of Clover.
Can you spell it?
D.E.N.B.E.S.T.E.
And he was declared vexatious, but the
And remember, this guy said that the receiver died and there is no new receiver. Again, it's not just somebody that receives it in the mail after he passed on and he picked up the mail. He's not the receiver. It's an assignment. It's a legal assignment.
California Supreme Court reversed it.
Overturned it, and Sonoma County does not want to honor it.
For those who've spent their lives learning about the courts through television, movies, and newspapers, you might not understand how the courts really work. You might not understand what judicial immunity looks like and what happens when a judge doesn't follow the law, or a trial court doesn't obey the Supreme Court in a state and overturn the orders that the Supreme Court said were unlawful or unconstitutional. And in fact, the only remedy that most people have when they're upset about a judge not following the law or acting unethically or with bias is to file a complaint with the California Commission on Judicial Performance, a judge watchdog that's like the internal affairs for judges.
Okay, great. Thank you, love. Okay, so
And this is one point I do not agree on with Susan Bosse. I believe, and again, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government, for crying out loud, don't believe your mother, do your research so you know. But in my research, it's to address the state representatives. And the state representatives, the state attorney general, and secretary of state. And these are the people that have the puppet strings over the state's judicial mechanism. We got Joe down there. Says, you want some company? Fucking right. Come on up, Joe. So again, do your research. Here she's saying get a hold of the California Judicial Committee. And that to me seems a lot like we're investigating ourselves and we're going to be sure to find ourselves innocent. So
push the button. And when you go in, there's going to be some records on the discipline that is to the left of the door.
Okay. Okay. I also have another question because I'm a licensed and bonded process server, and every once in a while I have to serve judges. Are there any rules on serving judges process?
great question. Again, do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. Do not believe your mother, for crying out loud. Do your research. And this is in-time research. Just because you're a service processor doesn't mean you know everything. So when you're doing your services, ask other people what they have implemented as part of that service of process. And this is important to understand in your First Amendment auditing when you're requesting Freedom of Information Acts to know the law yourself, so that when you ask these people what their process is, if it's a violation, you can point that out to them. So yeah, come on up, Joe. StreamYard link, I just dropped it. Anybody's welcome. Anybody can hit the link.
I've had one judge come out and tell me, like, he knows me. I shared an office with his son, and he's like, I don't want my address in any paperwork. Please go to Department 16 from now on. The clerk will take anything you have for me. I said, yes, sir. And you work with that, you know? But I was wondering if there's rules, like with attorneys, I believe there's a bar rule that says they have to receive process in their office during business hours. All right, I figured I'd check. Yeah.
Greetings, guys. How you doing today?
What's going on, guys?
Just doing some more reviews and
Good.
talking to people about what they call corruption, I call criminal.
I dig it. We need to change the terminology too, Pero. We need to say shit, call it for what it is, kidnapping, and so and so, rather than sugarcoating it, you know.
Absolutely. That's what I spoke on that just lightly earlier. The rhetoric that these people use when they say things like, we know. No, you don't. You're fishing. You're doing an investigation.
Yes.
And you don't even have a crime yet. So how do you know anything else?
And if you know, I'm probably in cuffs. We're probably not having a conversation, because whenever a cop has something on you, that's the first thing they do is cuff you, then they conversate. Just the fact that we're conversing, you probably got nothing.
Well, yeah, and the important thing there to know is that I know. If I'm in cuffs, I know.
Right. Right. You can tell that, and that's what people got to do. I mean, we're so scared of them. They walk up, they change that tone, give a couple orders, and people shy away. And then for the tough guys like you and me, I know they like to put me in cuffs and push me up against shit, and thinking that little extra abuse is gonna break a motherfucker and all of that bullshit. But if you watch them, watch their body language, you can tell if they come up to talk and hey, how you doing? I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Then they're fishing, trying to get you. If they come up, get out of the car, pants behind your back, I'll tell you what's going on in a minute. Your ass is under arrest. They already got what they need, and you're going to jail. Just don't even rap with them. Yes.
Yeah, I had them at my door the day before Christmas, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And when they came to the door, it's that kind of gruff, hey, we're here to talk to you. But once they got the story, the whole matter was changed, and it's a matter of being able to communicate with them. And I let these two know, these guys were actually kind of decent, and they were in good shape. That's one of the things I talk about officers. You don't need officers that are obese and can't run and chase down criminals, because they're more apt to use their guns to shoot them in the back, which is evident, right?
Right.
So I had to let them know, I'm one of the guys. I've got 94 cases down there. One guy goes, "Wow!" And I said, "Yeah, but that's in 33 years, and you can look on that record all you want and see those 94 cases, but you're going to see that there hasn't been anything for 10 years. So something has changed, and it's not necessarily me changing the system. I've changed myself, and now I hope to help the system be used appropriately."
And the first thing you better notice is that, nigga, 94 cases and I'm free. I'm sitting in the crib. You came to visit me at my house. That should tell you something, motherfucker, right there.
Yeah. And, it's to the point, I tell them, I'm not going to call you. I won't call you because I don't like your job.
Right.
And because I know the reality of it. You guys are under bonds. You're not under faith. You're under bonds.
Why didn't you call the police? That's the first thing that they mind. Why didn't you call the police? Because I didn't want to get me or someone else killed.
Exactly.
Over an argument or a dispute or something. You niggas, I don't want my neighbor locked up and losing his job or his car because we get into an argument. It don't make no sense to call you. You guys are not peacemakers. You're fucking villains.
Escalators. Yeah, you're escalators for that buck. You're Hitler's willing executioners. What do you got, Dennison? I know you had plenty to say earlier. What's going on?
I wish I could have come up and said it, but I typed it in the chat instead.
Yeah. And
I did think you were going to go a different way with that. Stop calling it corruption. I thought you were going to go the nude guru way and say it's exactly how it's supposed to be. So stop saying it's corrupt.
No.
But I like calling it criminal. I like that better.
Yeah, it is criminal, and that's why I keep banging my head, because I know with the life I had and all the shit I went through, and I still have an intellect, a faith, an empathy, a sympathy, and most certainly an apathy because of all of it. You have to learn how to be apathetic and put the emotions aside and use nothing but your reason and logic to sort it all out.
Yes. Hopefully, and I know, I shouldn't even say hopefully, I know, Pero, over all that time and all that shit you've been through, you've built a certain type of discernment and no one else will be able to claim your particular type of discernment. And if you've been working hard and all that shit, you'll be able at this point to see shit that other people just can't see. You'll feel like you're banging your head because they don't have the discernment you have, right? They don't see what you see when you see the same thing. They don't see with fucking, I don't know. I can name anybody, the niggas you just named, Den or Guru. You know, I love the, my mind is racing too quick, but if a cop walks up to Den, let's say, and says, hey, can I help you? Then I assume, or me or you, we're not buying it. You didn't come to help. Another person who doesn't have our discernment thinks, oh, thank goodness you're here, officer. I just got a flat tire. And then the cop says, oh, no, this is not a problem. Can I see your ID? You got a license right quick. We think, motherfucker, you nigga, I got a flat tire. You better grab the fucking jack. Don't ask me for my fucking ID, nigga. Someone else would be like, of course, he's so kind. Discernment is the thing, man. It is, and take years.
Absolutely. And I think the first thing of discernment that we need to start teaching people is that person, that state ID. I refuse. You can never get me to go by an identification like that again. I will have to assert what I know to be true and correct, and I will do that until you can prove me wrong otherwise. And that's what they can't beat. They can't beat it. If you know the truth and how to express it, they can't make you lie. And that's my biggest pet peeve, is everybody so willing to go along to get along that they're willing not only to accept other people's lies, but to go along with them and start lying themselves.
You made me think of something. I just got off the phone with a buddy of mine, and a friend of ours was who I stopped watching pretty much. I love him, but it's hard for me to watch. And that's exactly why I said because he paints a narrative, and I'm okay with that. Everybody likes to see the world in their own way, but he gets mad if another person don't see it his way. Jack would be really guilty of that. And if you don't see it his way, he gets mad. I was just talking about that shit. When people lie to themselves, it's not such a big thing to me. But then when you be like, Joe, ain't I the most honest person you ever met? And I know you're a lying sack of shit. And I'd be like, no, actually, you're like the second biggest liar I know. Don't get mad at me, nigga. You asked my opinion.
Yeah. And I think people started looking at me like that back when they thought I was the angry old man, that I would get angry just because you didn't agree with me and see the things that I saw. Right. And that's not it. My frustration is that the things that I see seem so obvious.
Yes, that's the discernment shit I'm talking about. It took years for you to see that shit.
Yeah.
And my shit is new. Pero, of course, you got me beat to death, right? I just started even thinking this way a few years ago when I started cop watching. Not when I first started, right? It would have been years of still being a goofy, before I ran into free thinking people. So I'm very new at this. You would have been at fucking many more years than I know at this. Your discernment will see shit that I don't see, and I'm playing catch up here.
Well, a lot of mine comes from towards the end there when I had my last trial. I call that the end because that's the end of the old ways. My new way is, again, I'm not going to put up with anybody's lies like I have the rest of my life. But the change is that I'm no longer going to accept indoctrination. I'm going to be as autodidactic as I can. I'm going to learn on my own. I don't need gurus. I don't need groups. I need my intellect and my reason and logic.
I'm going to push back. Fuck that.
I need my emotions to stay out of it. And when other people get involved, that involves emotion. I have to consider their emotional values.
Okay, you're right in all of that shit, and it's a balance there. But the one thing I'm going to give you pushback is that I don't need other people. Yeah, you'll survive without them, and you'll be a bright fuck and all of that shit without them. However, they're such assets. Well, I don't meet you guys, and that includes Paul with all this free thinking shit. If I didn't fucking argue with fucking Dan for months at a time, what the fuck did he argue about? Free will and shit like that. When I don't meet you guys, I don't think like I do though.
And I'll agree with you there, because my actual intent in that aspect of what I'm saying, I don't need you people. I meant the people that are indoctrinated. I
Yeah,
too,
got
like
you.
you, need the free thinkers.
Very good.
That's what helps me expand my knowledge, not the
Me too.
indoctrinated.
Even it seemed like all of you niggas are assholes. I'm gonna say you're an asshole because I just can't figure out you're a bit convoluted. You will break it down. God, I get mad that I don't understand you. It might be just because I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. When you know, I mean, you say shit like it's probably normal conversation to you, and you're part of that assurity bond. And without the trust, you can't, nigga. This new to me, and I can't stand you because I got to fucking start from scratch. Same shit with fucking Paul. I'd love the shit come out of his mouth, but I gotta be belittled and peons like you fucking slaves, ignorant fuck. Then he'll drop some knowledge. You stupid piece of shit. Then he'll drop some knowledge. It sucks that everybody seems to have the knowledge, man. It's like torture. You got to go through a thing or something. It's hard.
It is, and that's why I have to admit, I used to be the fucking fool. I used to be that bitch ass slave with that ID in my pocket. You see the ID I got now? I'm a clown now. I'm the guy that will speak to your face and not care if you're one of the peons or if you're the king. Neither way are you gonna get me. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
100%,
And if you
baby.
don't like it, that's okay with me.
The way I remember that shit, Perro, my little mantra is choose sides now. Because that's how I remember. I just filled up my bowl too. When I came in, it was the East Coast, what do you call them, auditors versus that Denver crew. Eric Brandt, Liberty Freak them, and they was going at it against some of them California motherfuckers. And it was a lot of choose sides, Joe. You can't hang with them. I saw you over there with them guys. You must have realized they weren't shit. That's why you're back over here. No, I'm just a social fuck and I go holler at everybody. And every time I go back over there, they like, why'd I see you over there? If you're not going to be. And I think this is the same thing that you just said. Choose sides now. I will not follow man, like you said, whether it be the regular person or royalty. I choose the side of the truth. Choose sides now. I choose the side of the truth.
Yeah, and that's in my aspect. Again, this is why I tell people: don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. That's the side you need to pick. The inside, what you know, not what everybody else is babbling about, but what you know. So anyway, we're gonna
Let me see if I can get Guru over here. That nigga probably got something to say on that shit too.
Yeah, bring people over. I don't care. Matter of fact, if you guys got another video you want to watch and do a review on, drop it in the
Sure,
chat.
I do.
We'll do
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Okay, give me a sec. Do I got a wrench in here in your room?
No, nobody's got wrenches here.
Okay, well, I don't know how to drop shit in the back. My phone's weird. I got an iPhone. It ain't worth it. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, if you got a title to the video, I can just look it up.
All right, let me text Guru right quick. What are we watching here, Perro? Because I wasn't, I just walked in.
This is Susan Bossy and doing the service process. Yep.
Susan Bossy.
You got anything, Dennison? Before we get back into this, Dennison?
Just what I said earlier in the chat, and what stood out to me about the other video, the emotions of the lady, right? You can't disagree with the criticism of her behavior, right? Because it's black and white how it did not serve her best interests. But I would like people to recognize where that comes from, in my opinion. It's because in that moment, she's experiencing a mental crisis because she thinks she's free. She thinks she has rights. She thinks she's a human being. She thinks that public safety is real. And in this moment with this little thing that's happening to her, right, being pulled out of the car, it's more than that because she's learning there's no such thing as public safety, that her entire narrative for her
Which woman? I didn't see the
lie.
video. Are you talking about Susan or a regular person, a government worker?
No, a lady that they approached in her car and then just escalated everything.
That makes sense.
She's knowing now for no reason she can be assaulted, battered, having her property taken away from her, and her freedom taken away from her for nothing. just because the cops feel like it. And they can make up shit on the spot. They can record themselves making it up.
Yeah.
And there
Won't
will be
change
no
nothing.
accountability. It changes nothing.
Yeah.
And this is that's where the terror and the angst and the anger is coming from, because this woman is having her identity and her reality stripped away in real time.
Right. And the video just prior to this, we watched a mom and her 6-year-old boy get pulled over in a Casey's parking lot for an Apple Pod. And come to find out, it wasn't them, but they pulled guns on her and her 6-year-old boy.
Yeah, put them on the ground. Was it them?
Yeah, and then turned around, and instead of just uncuffing her and saying, hey, we're sorry, make an apology and let him go, the one guy asked for her ID so he could run a criminal check.
Of course he did.
Let me rub it in.
Of course he did.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones recently is the chick that got cut off. The cop went across 2 lanes of traffic without using a turn signal, cut her off, almost caused an accident. She follows him, knocks on his window, and says, hey, watch your driving. And she ends up getting arrested. And the second cop that showed up after being told what happened, gave her a lecture about how she shouldn't have knocked on his window and complained about his driving.
Oh, my. Yeah, see, they don't want you complaining about their incompetencies. That's not part of the problem, right, guys? Come on. See, that's
disorderly conduct, which, these are these catch-all: obstruction, hindrance, disorderly, public nuisance. These are all catch-all statutes that can be bent and twisted into essentially, I don't like you, you hurt my feelings, you hurt my ego, you challenged my authority, or you told me no.
Yeah, and that's the total authoritarian regime in every one of these people.
They teach them that you're in charge out there. Don't let anyone tell you different. They tell them they're in charge.
Yep. So, and this is back to Susan Bossie. Then you can see this is the Commission on Judicial Performance Office, the sign right up here. So they're actually in the office. And like I said, he's asking good questions. How do you guys do it? Because it's part of the audit and part of the process. No matter who you are, is one of the duties of the people is to make sure that the integrity is upheld. That part is on your shoulders. You have to hold these government people accountable. If they get their powers from the consent of the people, then they must also get their authority. They must have the oversight from the people. This is imperative that we know this process. We know how this stuff works.
Because with that, I just had to serve a lawyer down in San Jose.
They're making this inaccessible.
6 cops to say I'm not being served.
Yeah, because that's the education part that I was talking about earlier. You cannot possibly have, let me make this understood, people. Make it very clear that you cannot possibly have a strong nation if your average reading comprehension is 8th grade. It is impossible.
Both ways. You don't have a people that can hold the government accountable because they're dumb.
Correct.
And you also have a government that is deliberately making its people dumb so that it can't be held accountable.
Correct.
It's like I've already seen you through the door when the officer opened the door with you, and you're already served. I'm just being polite. Instead of throwing it on the ground, I'll put it on the car politely, and I'll let you know. And I do the same thing with judges and whatnot, but I just want to know if there was any rules. All right, what's your name here? And it's nice to meet you. I'm Mark Andrews. Have a good day.
And I had a quick question too. I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm. Private judges. The CJP has no jurisdiction over them, and the state bar really doesn't either. Kind of a loophole, right?
Man, she's going to get on them on that one. And that's what I give her. She's got bigger balls than most all of you. She's going to nail them on that private judge shit.
That's her
That
passion.
is unconstitutional.
Yes.
That is so unconstitutional. It's pathetic. A public servant cannot operate in a private capacity, period.
Yeah. That is her passion. She's really good at that private judge shit. I didn't know nothing. Anything I know about private judge, I've learned from her.
Yep.
If you're going to complain about a private judge, other than complaining about what they do as an attorney, there's really no way to complain about them, right?
Right. Well, you can complain to whatever company is hiring them. Like
if it's an independent, though, there's nowhere to go, right?
I would probably, if they're still
That's dope.
Yeah.
See, and that's the problem. They call it independent. That's what makes it unconstitutional. Again, folks, if you're in the public service, it has to be either under the state constitution or the federal constitution, and they must coincide both.
That makes no fucking sense.
And to serve in a public office as in a private capacity is
that makes no sense, and still think you have public authorities and powers in a private capacity.
Yeah, it's an impossibility. You have to give up your public service position in order to operate privately. Yet you're using that badge and oath to do so. That is the violations of emoluments. That's Robert's Rules of Civil Procedure. Boom.
I got a video for you. It's a long title when you're ready.
All right.
I've seen the state bar only discipline once, but it was confidential discipline. And so all these other private judge cases that, you know, judges have reversed their orders, like in the Angelina Jolie case and everything, these people have no remedy to complain about the private judge. So,
okay, but what about if they're a retired judge? Because sometimes they're attorneys doing it. They never were a judge. But if they're a retired judge,
oh my God,
still no jurisdiction
in the private setting as an arbitrator, mediator,
nothing. Okay.
See, in a private setting, no jurisdiction whatsoever.
Just a mediator.
Yep.
And I bet the people don't know that.
No, that's why it's so important that she point this stuff out. That's why I love this woman. She's pointing out the same things I've been trying to point out, and nobody will listen to me, but she's got a crowd. She's got followers, and people are listening. It's the same shit I've been saying for 10 years, Joe.
San Joaquin Valley Transparency. No one knew who she was. He highlighted her, and she ain't looked back since.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super helpful. We'll email you things.
California has a statutory scheme that allows people to use private judges to settle their disputes instead of going to court. But few people know that you don't need to hire an attorney and pay exorbitant fees to a private judge. You can hire Mark the process server. You could even hire a journalist to be your private judge, because private judges don't need to be attorneys, and they're not subject to discipline by the state bar or the CJP if they're not an attorney. But in public court, judges who preside over proceedings are subject to the CJP discipline.
So that begs the question, guys. I got to ask you, this is a serious question, Joe and Denizen. So if you cannot be prosecuted because you're not an attorney, I want to ask you, how do they get away? Oops. How do they get away with charging you with practicing law without a license? If they're saying you are not an attorney, and they don't have jurisdiction to process you because you're not an attorney, even though you're acting like one. Oops.
You mean in the private setting that she's talking about, yeah?
Exactly.
I want to test the theory. I want Snafu to be my lawyer. And then it shouldn't be nothing they can say about it. I want them calling them pedo pogo optics and shit, and it should be fair because I can get anybody.
Yeah, and you know why that is? Because when you hire an attorney, that is a private contract. Can they interfere with private contracts, Joe?
Should not be able to. All of this. Here's my problem. The only way I know about this is through Susan Bassey, and it's because everything I've seen of her is the divorce lawyer stuff, right? She takes up for people who husbands have the money, and when they break up with their wives, so they go the private route. They can afford it. The other lady, the wife, cannot, and they always get shafted, and they can't find any way to do anything about it because it is private, and these people are unaware. Blah 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 blah. So I don't know the fucking rules and around. I don't know if they can arrest you. I don't know if you have to even follow the orders. I don't know. I don't know none of the rules about that shit.
See, and that's my premise. Been since I was a little boy, Joe. Fuck you. You ain't my daddy. I know that when I became 18, I was in fact my own authority.
Right.
Period. No other man had authority over me. That was the basic concept that we taught our children when we were growing up.
They taught you. My dad taught me don't look white man in the eye bullshit. They was Uncle Tom's.
Yeah, that's the same mentality. The American society indoctrinated your dad.
Yes. He even joined the military. He was an MP. He was straight up square and blah blah blah. He reminds me of Jack actually, because he used to like he would be in the boardrooms and that was all he told stories about and shit. It reminds me a bit of Jack. You were talking about the authority. Once you were 18, you knew that you were your own authority. Then again, your discernment shows through, because most people, when you tell them a cop is not the authority, this person is not authority over you, they lose their mind. They get furious at you. He's a cop. They don't say he's a police officer, but he's a cop. They lose their fucking mind if you don't see authority the way they see it.
Yeah, that's a cop out.
And that's like the internal affairs for judges. Stuart Scott, a former Santa Clara County prosecutor, found himself the subject of CJP discipline early in his career.
You came back at 1:30 p.m., right? You moved back inside 75, right? You sat down.
Correct. I went by court to observe the court proceedings.
Nothing wrong with that. It's a public building. So
yeah, that's what I came by there to do.
Exactly. The one thing, though, we had a little concern was that when you came in and you left, right? About 3 o'clock you left, right?
Yeah, I was there for about an hour and a half.
We have a little concern. I don't give a fuck about your concern. Fucking show some real law.
I went through the actual the metal detector, and I went through the whole thing.
So the bailiff, I think you had some conversation with the bailiff as you were walking out, right?
I just asked him some information about the court, how long the judge has been on the bench for.
Do you remember saying something to the effect of, hey, about Judge Scott saying, hey, he has weaved in and out of traffic court into criminal court?
This is a video that was taken by a father who was involved in a family court case, and he did what he should have done. He was investigating the judge who was going to hear that case, and when he made a comment to police, which he should have known not to talk to police, the police officers reported it to the judge, and the judge ordered the police to go out to his house and investigate further.
Well, no, I was able to look online at a lot of the news articles and like what ended up happening to him.
So now he's using the good old boy shit, the connections, the favoritism, nepotism, cronyism, to have the officer do a favor for him, because now he's in his fifis. Somebody's talking bad about him and dismantling his integrity that he doesn't have, and going to be showing his transparent ill activities, criminal activities.
And the police didn't say, well, Judge, that's got nothing to do with us, blah, blah, blah. They said, yes, master.
Yep.
Criminal court, and the fact that the judge was then sent through traffic court, and then he reemerged in family.
Like most judges these days, Stuart Scott was a prosecutor, and he was most known for prosecuting a gang case out of Gilroy, California, the home of the Garlic Festival. And in that case, Stuart Scott told a story that wasn't true. He told a story about a gang enhancement in order to get somebody put in prison or jail longer than they should have been put in jail. And that lie was addressed by the highest court in federal court before you can go to the Supreme Court, the Ninth Circuit. And they said that Stuart Scott had engaged in prosecutorial misconduct, meaning he had been a dishonest prosecutor when he was doing his job. He was appointed to the bench nonetheless, and he landed in criminal court. And while he was there, he engaged in ex parte communication with a prosecutor, meaning he left the public defender or the criminal defense attorney out of the conversation in his chambers. And that prosecutor was a female, and she complained that Judge Scott had made some inappropriate advances. So what do you do with a judge who's engaged in prosecutorial misconduct and lying in court as a prosecutor and an attorney? And what do you do with a judge who gets caught engaging in ex parte communication with prosecutors? You put him in family court if you're the Santa Clara County Courthouse.
If you're walking into a courtroom, you should do a background check, but a history.
And that's my right to do it. And I sat peacefully in the back of the courtroom. I wanted to watch how he handled other cases. I had a case earlier that morning, and I just wanted to see how he is actually handling cases. And I pulled case law up online, and I started looking at other people that were having interactions.
Okay. So what is the problem?
I want to actually be able to appeal what has happened there in his court.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. There is no problem. But the judge is using this as a tactic to try to intimidate him.
Yes. Again, yes.
That's all it is.
Yes.
That's the pure incentive. It's an intimidation tactic to provide, to cover up the transparency for his integrity.
By the way, that intimidation shit again, the discernment, it starts when a cop walks up to you, the first shit out of his mouth. Before he opens his mouth, how close does he get to you when he speaks to you? Because they usually get closer than they should be. That's an intimidation tactic. And the first thing out of their mouth is an order. Could you stand over there? Could you back up? Could you take your hand out your pocket? That's intimidation to show that I have authority over you. You would do say another motherfucker think it's just a normal Tuesday and they just talking to a guy on the street. I'm telling you, you have no discernment.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's why I urge people to fucking wake up.
Well, I put the name of that video in there whenever you get a chance.
I've already got it. I've already got it.
Damn, that was cool.
The bailiff has to let the judge know, okay? Because we don't know what's a threat, what's a real threat, what's a non-real threat, right?
No, I didn't make any threat.
Exactly. Just hear me out.
I mean, there was two bailiffs there.
What's a real threat and what's a non-real threat? If it's non-real, then it's not a threat. Quit calling it a non-real threat. That's babble.
Very good.
That's
Very
a
good.
fucking babble shit I am so fucking tired of. Which
Meaning
proves
there's
they're
such a thing
incompetent.
as either it's a real threat or a threat that's not a threat. I guess those are non-real threats. Why call them threats if they're, it's no such thing as a real threat or a non-real threat.
Content, non-tent.
And there was two other ladies standing right next to me.
Right. So he told the judge, right? And the judge, I mean, I don't know how he took it. The judge kind of thought it was sort of a threat.
As a prosecutor, Stuart Scott was willing to cheat. He was dishonest, and he didn't seem to have any problems about not pursuing the truth in a criminal case. As a judge, Stuart Scott also cheated, and yet the only thing that happened to him was he got a public slap on the hand in the form of a public notice from...
Okay, I want to show you something here. Notice, video to impose a public admonishment. Commission member Honorable Erica R.U. was recused from this matter pursuant to Commission Policy Declaration 6.1. Commission member Richard Simpson did not participate, dated February 17, 2016. And down here it says Anthony P. Capozzi, Vice Chairperson. That is a corporate capacity, folks.
Oh, that's the guy who's judiciating the case or something?
Absolutely.
Capozzi? Okay. Vice Chair.
It's a corporate capacity, folks. Again, do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe Joe. Go do your damn research.
Happened to him was he got a public slap on the hand in the form of a public notice from the Commission on Judicial Performance. And Stuart Scott, like several other judges in Santa Clara County, was a long-standing member of the Bar Bench Media Police Committee. And we're going to talk about that and retaliation related to that next.
So yeah, we have to understand when they're acting in their private capacity, they are not in their public official capacity. Therefore, they levy all immunity away from them and the state. It is all on their shoulders now. Period. There is no excuse for it.
It seems like the only thing that really exists then is the contract.
Exactly.
And, if you're over there, it better be signed and meeting of the minds and all of that legal shit. I don't want to hear, preponderance of the evidence and looks like. I want to hear that shit, nigga. What did I sign?
Absolutely. And that's the importance of that signature. That's what they want in every case. Everything is dependent upon that signature. And that's why I pointed out that signature. That signature will show a capacity. Okay. Notice even the judicial, that's a commission on judicial performance, right? Okay. That's a corporate entity, folks. So let's get on to the next one. And again, folks, I'll drop that link if anybody else wants to join the panel. This here is one Joe brought up. This is, let's see here. It says First Amendment audit, Austin PD, Lamplight Village, 6/9 of 2015. So this is going to show you, this has been going on a long time, folks.
I hope this is the one that I think. Let it roll for a minute because dude got a lot of videos. This is it. Some police about to approach him.
So the cameraman is on this side of the fence, and he's watching officers inside the fence load up their cars and stuff and take off on something.
Yes.
Several of them.
Yes.
Got this guy, he's loading stuff in from this car into his work car, and then the other officer that just took off. So he's filming them in their daily activities of work, a public performance.
You can forward it to the contact. I think the contact is around the corner. It's damn near immediate, I think. Yeah, see, they're already there. All right, go to regular speed. You're going to want to hear what they're saying.
This is Officer Smith. How's it going? What's going on today? Can you talk or you just...
And we probably going to want to stop this shit often.
The reason we out on you is you caused kind of a scare up here, so we're trying to figure out what's going on. So
hey, you can pause it already, man.
You video.
All right, so this is that authority shit, right? There are no laws being broken over here. Someone told them, probably the white dude with the bald head that you finna see, that's just way too big a chip on his shoulder. But someone with no law or anything. Yes, I don't think he was scared. I think it was a cop or one of them, and they had that they chest out and was like, how dare you challenge me and view me and that type of shit. I don't think nobody was ever scared about this. It may be on some subtext level. But someone said, go over there and do this. This is what I'm saying. This guy here, you got some echo, whatever it was. This right here, this guy is the same. This guy doesn't want to be there. Someone told him to go be there and he's doing it. But he does not want to be there. And all of them, except for the one, I believe, and I'm pretty sure you'll come to the same conclusion, that they know there are no laws being broken, but they continue to follow this one dude's orders. This is great.
Hello.
Greetings, Nathan.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
We got you.
Good. I won't move my phone.
All right.
Because it is the mic on it. I can't move the way I got it. I was trying to put up in the comment section, but YouTube is the wrench. Three boys ambush a 13-year-old girl and killed her for fun. That's on Willie D Live.
Willie D, you got an echo, bro. You got YouTube open or something?
Well, he's on his phone, so I got to mute him when other people talk.
No. I'm on my phone. I'm always on my phone.
Just edit his mic settings and turn on echo cancellation. He has to unmute first, though.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're trying to text. You got a really bad echo. Harold trying to fix it.
Well, I've got everything.
You had echo cancellation on this shit?
Yeah, it's reduced background noise.
Echo. If it's on, turn it off. If it's off, turn it off.
Yeah, that's on his right now. Yours. You can edit his.
How's that work?
There it goes. Gone. Oh, it's back.
How's that? No. Try that.
Check.
Yeah.
Look like it worked.
Okay. Leave settings alone, Nathan. You're good, brother. We're good.
You're good. We got it fixed. You're good.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
We got you.
All set.
Taken for a reason, or what's going on?
Austin. No, this is Batusa.
That's right. That's right.
This is what?
But Tulsa.
This is Philip Turner.
You might have to mute dude when he's not talking again. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
It came back. That's weird.
Yeah.
We just mute him while he.
Yeah.
You don't want to talk to us at all, or you just want to videotape? Videotaping us is fine. We're just trying to figure out what's going on.
You see, it's
the
hard.
arrogance of this cop is something else too. Like he knows what he's dealing with, and he triples down on. I don't need Raz. You YouTube lawyers don't know. Like I've been doing this for 15 years.
Yes, that's why I picked this one. Yeah.
Yeah, they have this arrogance about them. that they know the law when they don't.
And you see, this guy heart is not in it. All of the other guys, all the other cops, their heart is not in it. You'll see the cop that me and Dan are talking about. He'll stand out. He's different.
Oh yeah.
Do you have an ID on you at all? Sir, listen. We're trying to cooperate with you, okay?
I had to stop to cooperate. Cooperate. We didn't have anything to do with each other.
Well, what did I ask you to do that you're cooperating with me?
Exactly.
I didn't ask you
Cooperation would either mean that we have prior communication to work towards the goal in a positive effect, or that there was a discretionary difference that we needed to work together to come to a resolution.
Yes.
Neither one of those occur.
Right.
Shit, if you really want to cooperate, leave me alone and go find some real crime.
Yeah.
You got to cooperate with us. You can videotape all you want, but
I was cooperating with you.
Yes, by leaving you alone.
I was enforcing the laws, applying the First Amendment to hold my public accountants.
This is the only agreement we have. This is the only agreement me and you have. I'm keeping up my end.
Yeah, it's a social compact to uphold my duty as
right as a citizen.
Grow up a despotic government. Jesus fucking Christ, what do you want?
You're being suspicious right now. We're trying to figure out what's going on. So if you have an ID with you, that'd be fine. We'd love for you to give it to us.
He's asking. He's not demanding.
Love.
He's asking
And he doesn't know who
politely. It just shows how wrong he is.
And he doesn't know who he's dealing with either.
Yes, that guy
Philip
there is-
Turner actually used a silent audit to create case law and protected the rights of people in Texas to film the police.
Right, that's another audit. That's not this one.
No, it's a different one.
Yeah,
And
for them.
He did it was silent.
It's the same thing, and I don't even know if they know what that is, but yes, same thing you're looking at now. He remained silent until the cop decided he was going to arrest him and shit.
Right.
And it made
until
case
driver.
law.
Yeah.
Driver. It was the cop. Yeah.
Find out what's going on.
Find out what's going on. Well, to me, it would be obvious. To me, it's fucking obvious. Somebody's holding a camera up, filming in public.
It's the same.
Doing anything
Gaslighting on this level is crazy.
illegal?
Yes, based on
what am I doing that's illegal?
But based on your suspicious activity, we're going to go ahead and ID you. If you have no warrant,
Suspicious activity, filming in public.
Is that a misdemeanor or a crime or a felony?
A felony.
Well, I want to stick with the suspicion first, because what is the suspicion? That I'm
Right.
filming in public and
It's
I'm not supposed to?
That you're filming a cop, I bet you. Maybe in public, but certainly it's suspicion if you film one of us. You can film a peon, but don't film us. And you notice the new guy is not asking. The first guy was
Right.
like, please pardon me, sir. If you don't mind, would you please give me this nigga? Like, we gonna get your shit. That's how it is.
Yep, this is the guy. I picked him out
Yeah.
straight away. Look at the glasses, dark glasses, round bald head.
He's that guy.
He took that shield shit from Michael Chiklis as a role model instead of a woman.
Right.
like that, we're going to go ahead and wish you a good day, and we're going to be on our way.
Line to arrest?
What? Wait a minute.
No, but you are being detained. That's our special secret word that we
are
have
being
with
detained.
SCOTUS.
There's no
that
doubt
gives us
about it.
arrest powers without actually any of the accountability.
Yep.
Yes, based on
what am I doing that's illegal?
But based on your suspicious activity, we're going to go ahead and ID you. If you have no warrants or anything like that, we're going to go ahead and wish you.
If you have no warrants or anything like that, we're going to go ahead and wish you. Okay, so why don't you look up the warrants? Isn't that the form of cooperation? I mean, you came up to me not knowing who I am and posing that you might believe there are warrants. Part of the warrant process is to know what you're looking for and who you're looking for and where you're looking for them. Now, please explain this warrant that you're looking for. You see what
I
I'm
do.
saying?
If you're talking warrant, it presupposes all those things that you just said. Why is warrant coming out your mouth? Because you mentioned a warrant. That means you already have a judge and you have a crime and you have something. Yes, I get you.
And you have a suspicion of who I am.
Exactly. You have
Yes.
the reasonable articulable suspicion and the identification already.
So why are you asking for my ID?
Because they want his cooperation so they can actually do the process of getting the ID to look for a warrant.
Exactly.
We're going to be on our way.
Am I under arrest?
No, you're not under arrest, but you are being detained. There's no two ways about it.
All right, well, if I'm being detained.
There's no two ways about it. Is dude talking? Because I can't hear him.
No, he's
No.
muted.
Okay.
Arrest. Arrest. Seize by legal authority, right? Legal authority, and take into custody. The police arrested him for possession for marijuana. Similar. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Similar. Don't they usually use, what is it, synonym?
Synonym, yeah.
Apprehend, seize, take in, take prisoner, detain.
That's what people always see in our business. You see people say, when you detain me, you arrested me. No, the cop will say different. And they'll tell them it's seizing is an element of arrest. The first thing you do is seize a motherfucker. That is one of the elements of arrest. And I think they're saying it too.
So when we look at detain under arrest as similar, it's a verb, it's an action. Third person present. Are you the first person or second person or third person, Joe?
I don't think there is a second person.
Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer was the third person. Mark Twain was the second person. Samuel Clemens was the first person. Joe, are you the first person, second person, or third person?
I'd be neither one of those, right? None of those.
You'd be the living soul.
That'd be something else, yeah.
As Joe, he is a verb and not a noun, okay? Yeah. Third person present, that is why they're looking for the ID. That is the third person.
Yeah, they always go by close enough too.
Yeah, it's fiction. It is the identification of a record. It is not the identification of the living soul, period.
I hope y'all understand him. I know wizards are weird, but if you're in this room, I hope you understand what he's saying.
When they're detaining you, they are looking for the third person.
Meaning
identification. That's why they want the identification.
The guy who I'm an egotistical fuck and I speak of myself as Joe Cool, or like Kanye. Kanye West would never do that. Kanye West would do this and that. That's the thing that was created, which is what this dude is saying.
Correct.
Y'all can go ahead and do your investigation, but I'm just going to stay here and that's fine. Exercise my Fifth Amendment right. Just stay here, and if I'm not doing anything wrong, then there's a reason for y'all to be here.
His Fifth Amendment right, as well as his Fourth Amendment. Fourth Amendment is the right to be secure in your persons, houses, papers, and effects. And that ID is a piece of paper that has an effect of a person.
You do not get it.
Yep, you don't get the ID. That's.
And he's smart enough. He's smart enough, like Dan said, they don't know who they're dealing with, that he's not going to have his ID in his pocket. This would be one of the guys who I learned not to carry ID from.
Yeah, I don't carry any ID anywhere. Not my wallet, not my house.
Well, they created civil rights for U.S. citizens. Mm-hmm. And so as a U.S. citizen, you have civil rights. That's legal civil rights as a legal U.S. citizen, a legal person. They took us away from the Constitution. It's null and void.
Well, no, it's a matter of comprehending the laws yourself, within yourself. If you keep looking at it as the aspect that they took you away from the Constitution, then you're not attaching yourself to it. Okay. And second of all, I wouldn't suggest attaching yourself to it. Again, it would be inside, outside. You have to know yourself. The Constitution isn't knowledge. It is a guiding principle, and that is it. If you can use the Constitution, then so be it. That is the aspect I see. Does that make sense?
It does to me. And you said civil rights. Civil rights, I wonder if you just meant rights, period. Civil rights are particular. But that's ticky-tacky.
Well, you have civil rights and civil privileges. The civil rights are for the third party, not third person, third party, which is the benefactor, the people. Those are the civil rights. The civil privileges are those that are bound by oath and contract.
Well, apparently there may be two civil rights acts. There was one in 1964, but then I think there was another one in 18 something.
Yeah.
Right. And well, and most of those acts like that are just revisions of the older ones. So
ID you one way or the other. It's up to you.
What do you mean one way?
we're going to ID you one way or another. No, you can't ID me. Know thyself. Again, you can call me any name you want. That is not who or what I am. I am a verb. I am a living soul. And if you want to have communication with me, I don't give a fuck about your name or anything. Let's talk about the truth. We are both children of God in your eyes, correct?
Yes.
In another video, in another
Got
town,
him.
they actually arrested him and kept him in a cell trying to identify him because he went that far. He refused to identify. Usually they don't double down at that point. But they actually arrested him, took him, put him in a cell, and then, of course, as we know, ultimately had to let him go with no charges.
Yep.
What do you mean one way or the other?
One way or the other. If we have to take you downtown and fingerprint you, we'll do that. You're being detained.
Fifth Amendment violation again. Taking of something intangible or tangible. So taking a birthmark of any kind is a violation of the birthright. It is an independent identity that no one else can have.
At some point, you're gonna have to let this rock. And I know this motherfucker's fire and it's so much, but at some point, just so people can get what's going on, every motherfucker don't have your fucking vision. You're gonna have to let it rock so they can actually see some continuity and know what's going on. When you're breaking it down like this, I wonder if it's not changing shit.
All right.
Purposes right now, believe me, I know the law better than you. So you can film all you want, you can set it up however you want. We're gonna ID you, but until we do that, you're not free to go.
Texas is not a stop and ID state, is it?
Guys, go ahead and frisk this gentleman. Make sure he doesn't have any weapons on him.
I have no weapons, and I do not consent to searches.
Frisk him, like I said. Make sure he has no weapons on him.
I don't consent to searches.
He can either provide us this information willingly, or we can do it through.
I ain't got shit to say. I figured you might be chomping at the bit by now, though.
Oh, I am, but you should let it play.
No, I don't mean let the whole thing play. I just meant put it in chunks. Don't stop at every two words, is what I was saying. Yeah, do it like that, and you know.
So one way or the other. Now we see the other, the violence.
Yes.
And when I say violence, I don't mean complete total violence attack. This is an attack in a peaceful type of violence where they're using a force that is unnecessary and unlawful.
100%.
It's funny when they say, you think you know the law better than we do when they don't have to know the law at all to be hired.
Yep.
Yeah, he's already demonstrated he doesn't know the law.
Agreed. I think that's been
never mind more than
already.
Philip does. And Philip tried to give him a chance. He's like, "Is Texas a stop and ID state?" And what was his response? Go ahead and frisk him, boys.
Go ahead, frisk him, hook him up.
Totally ignored the question like he didn't even hear it.
Yeah.
Under what gives you the authority to do that?
Go ahead and get this done, guys. I'm not going to argue with this guy.
You're violating my Fourth Amendment. You know that, right?
Very good. You do what you need to do, and we'll do what we need to do, buddy.
Do you have anything on you that we need to know about? Knives, guns, weapons?
I have nothing. I'm just holding my hands on you, bro.
You can put your hands back behind you. You can put the camera down and film us while we're doing this if you want to.
Am I under arrest? That's what I'm asking.
You're being detained. And during the detention, you can be frisked for safety.
If you won't put it down,
no. During a detention under MIMS, Pennsylvania versus MIMS, it is applicable to traffic violations in order to get the guy out of the car. That is it. There is
you need to have a reasonable suspicion that you're armed.
Yes, that'd be under Terry.
That's what the frisk is for.
Yeah, that'd be under Terry. You'd have to have suspicion that you're armed to do that. It's just you don't just get to walk up and search motherfuckers, and you don't get to go in their pockets under Terry v. Ohio, and they're about to do that.
Now, the reason why they're trained that they can do this whenever they want is because their supervisors know all they have to do is say officer safety, and then how can you prove otherwise? There's no way you can prove otherwise. So they can get away with violating the law.
You weren't out there. You don't know the totality of the circumstances. You haven't been a cop for 16 years like Bob has. And yeah, they get away with anything.
Yeah, and that's why I say when you get involved in these interactions, this is the utmost imperative to get in the stance of apathy and use nothing but reason and logic. Because when you get your emotions, that is their weapon.
Yeah. You got to shut down your emotions entirely.
The only
You
way
have
they
to
can feel unsafe is if they see something in your vehicle or on you that looks like something that would make them feel unsafe. A
Or they
bullet,
have some other evidence or
knife.
information that would imply that you could be armed, like a witness or something happened in the area and you match the description.
Right.
They can. It's there are perfectly reasonable reasons why a cop would want to frisk you. They just like
They don't know
999 times out of 1,000, it's got nothing to do with that. And the only thing that they feel threatened is their ego.
Yep.
Yes, you're not bowing hard enough. What are you fucking you doing? It's not normal not to bow to me. That's suspicious.
Correct. That total authoritarian through the indoctrination of fear. That's total authoritarian by indoctrination of fear. We are supposed to, as children, grow up knowing that there are dangers in life, but we have a fortitude about ourselves independently that shows courage and the fortitude to go through those things. We have been so indoctrinated to succumb to the fear that we won't go through them. We refuse to address the issues.
Great.
I've got all the info on Chat GPT.
Real quick, Philip's letting them know. It's not a stop and ID state, right? He's establishing all this because he's ready for the court case.
He's thinking it's a Fourth Amendment violation. He's preparing.
Right. And he's saying, I don't consent to any searches. I don't consent to any seizures. And then he told the cop, you're about to violate my Fourth Amendment right, just so we're on the same page. You can go ahead. I don't care. Yeah, I don't have anything illegal on me. It doesn't matter. And the Texas PD certainly already knows who the fuck I am. But this is gonna all be in the transcript when you're gonna have to take that deposition later.
Right. He's
thinking I live in Texas also. West Central Texas.
I went and visited that dude then recently.
But I got all the information on ChatGPT of how this system works, and it's based upon how Rothschild started out in the oil business. I've got almost everything.
How you gonna?
And that's going to be way too deep for a lot of the people. But I love that information. I watch what you put out to me in messages, Nathan, and I give you kudos for doing that research.
And I would love to talk to you about it, Nathan, because I agree with you. And I would love to go down that.
You should watch my videos and look at my posts. You're going to see what I've got on ChatGPT.
All right, we'll check you out, Nathan. But I don't know how we're going to relate that to the part right here, right? To dude being cuffed and the cop watch video.
Here's that point. If you won't do it willingly, put your hands behind your back. For us. There we go. Hands behind your back. One back here. There we go. You're not being handcuffed. I know you're used to this going one way based on the YouTube education you've gotten, but that's not how we do it. Okay, we're going to do this according to our policy and according to law.
According to our policy and according to law. No, we're not doing it according to law.
And I don't follow your policy.
Yeah.
I don't work for you.
Yeah, it's a corporate charter policy for the municipality that you work for. I am not an employee. I am the benefactor.
I don't have to check in. I don't have to fucking be courteous to civilians and shit. That's what your policy says. I'm not under that authority.
All these state statutory laws, I got ChatGPT through all the information it researched through to admit statutory laws do not apply to the people, only to them.
They're contracts. That's all they are, is contracts. You have to have a contract under an oath of office or as an agent to an officer in office.
Area, sir. Okay, that's fine.
He got one in his pockets. Look, go in his pockets.
Cell phone.
Nah, he grabbed it from the
You have a
outside.
wallet on you?
Oh, did it?
An ID at all?
He going in
I'm
now.
not answering any more questions.
They been blind.
You're being
he's in
detained,
there.
which means
Yeah.
you.
Oh, and the other pocket.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
They're pulling shit out.
They're recording themselves doing. Well, no, this is Phil's camera. Never mind.
Yeah, but still great.
Yeah, and I want to point out here, guys, again, this is not corruption. Look at this video, watch it, and see how they're violating this man's Fifth and Fourth Amendment rights. This is criminal.
Yeah.
Nobody mentions Jay.
Set it right here so it doesn't interfere with your camera, okay?
Look how
You're
nice
filming
I
this,
am. I'm
so
such a
are we.
good guy.
So we have two separate angles. You're good to go.
Relax.
Great. I want all the angles I can so everybody can get it from many perspectives and get it right. This is objectively true. You violated my Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights, you fucking pigs. Excuse my language.
The eighth, too. Cruel and unusual punishment.
Yes.
Am I good?
You don't have an ID on you, so what's your. Let me get some pen and paper here. You from Austin originally?
I'm not answering any questions.
When you're stopped by reasonable suspicion by peace officers in the state of Texas,
Pause. This is great. All right, so he wouldn't give it. They did the little intimidation tactics. Put your hand behind your back, rifle through your pockets, and dude sheepishly said, okay, now I'm gonna need your name since you don't have ID. They were gambling that most people carry ID and they just bully him. Now dude's back in the same situation. He comes out sheepish again. I'm gonna need your name. Fucking Batusa saying strong. No, nigga, now what? There's nothing they can do. So the ego has to step in and teach them evil things because they didn't know what to do. So he has to step in again and try and place his authority. You're gonna see this repeated throughout the video.
Yep.
And the violations clock has just started too, by the way. So now I'm getting like $5,000. Every second we keep this going, and every another instant you get a violating, the price goes up.
Yeah.
Yep. For each officer. Each officer. So pay attention, folks.
Stand there for a second.
And that's one thing I got to give this Batusi guy. Like I said, I don't carry ID at all, ever. I don't have it anymore. Know thyself. If they don't know me and they have to look for an ID to know me, then they have to get it from the state. And I guarantee you, the state don't have ID except for an individual's name and number. And that would identify the record only, whether it be a driver's license, a state ID, the social security number, all that. That identifies record. It does not identify myself. It is a third person present identification
that they've created for you to fit whatever they need be done. Don't make it you.
Correct.
Until we're finished. When you're stopped by police officers in the state of Texas for reasonable suspicion, you're required to give minimal.
Wait, I thought you weren't going to argue with me. Fuck are you doing? Your bully shit didn't work. I thought I'm not going to argue with you. Get his ID. You're back. Do you want to talk again now, nigga?
And all of it is titles and labels.
For reasonable suspicion, reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime.
What was the second part that you got?
What was the crime?
If they're reasonably suspicious that you owe them everything.
Right. And what is the crime if you came up and said, we want to cooperate with you and you know you want to cooperate with us? What instance did the crime happen then?
Contempt of cop.
Yes.
I mean, when did the
felony in all 50 states?
Yeah, the whole up in most courts.
Right. When did the investigation start? When did the crime get called into dispatch? Or did you visually observe a crime? See, we were cooperating, weren't we? When did the crime happen?
What happened? Right.
Identifying information, that being your name and your date of birth. So we'll start there.
What kind of call is that?
Name and your date of birth. The identifying document would be the birth registration, the individual's name and birth date.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm just asking.
If he doesn't want to do it, go ahead and put him in handcuffs, and we can do it until we find him on the system.
Until we can find him on the system. No, he is not on the system. There is a third person presentation of an individual who is identified by a name and a number in many instances. So you can find all those records you want, but they are not him. Go ahead, Nathan.
Well, I lost it.
Don't worry about it. The pattern that I said is being repeated again.
Yes.
They got nothing. Ego. The first he was like, go ahead and get that ID. Now he's telling them, go ahead and put them in cuffs. You're gonna see that repeated. And let it rock a little bit in between your commentary. Perro, and I know it's your room. I don't mean to be rude.
Well, I think my favorite part comes.
You've been doing good, yeah.
Well, I think I pointed out the obvious that most people should see but don't because they're blind and deaf, in that where did the crime happen? When did the crime happen? Who saw the crime, and who can fucking articulate it to then reasonably, under the constitutional laws that these people took an oath to, then ask for ID?
Yeah, I got a video when I was pulled over, and it's an old video. You'd have to go to the oldest and watch one where the sheriff is on my right side, passenger side, and I said, I do not work for you. And he said, yes, you do. I said, where's my paycheck then if I work for you?
That's the way it goes. Suspicious people, suspicious places, suspicious circumstances. The Code of Criminal Procedure gives us that authority. I've been doing
Code of Criminal Procedure. Again, where is the crime?
This,
and it must be a felony.
Yeah, and it must
what that statute he's talking about, it must be a felony that you suspect me of.
Yep.
So we can go one way or the other. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to get in a debate with you.
Now
I know that this is.
I ain't going to argue. Yep.
I love it.
He's just going to keep applying more and more force of intimidation tactics.
This makes great fodder on YouTube. I know that it's
great fodder on YouTube. You're the one that looks like a piece of shit.
Wonderful to post your videos, and it seems like, oh my God, the sky's crashing down, Big Brother and all that, but we're simply trying to do our jobs. We're going to do that with or without your cooperation. So how we proceed from here.
Oh, so when you came up and asked us if we were going to cooperate with you, and you were certainly going to cooperate with us, you were bullshitting us, right?
Clearly.
It's 100% up to you. How do you want to do it?
Am I doing anything wrong? It's just a question. It's just a question.
Oh, come on.
Set that down. Yeah.
Again, still can't articulate the reasonable suspicion of the crime.
I know this isn't going.
Now you're violating my First Amendment right.
I know it's not the way you thought it was going to go.
This is not how it's supposed to go. Okay, don't fight.
You can either put the camera down.
And notice these are the same line of thinking and ideology that I am. When they demand that ID, that's a First Amendment violation of freedom of association by demanding state ID.
That's more money.
He's talking about the prior restraint right now because he told the cop to turn off his video.
The Constitution is all about
to record the police.
Yep.
The Constitution is all about remaining anonymous, undocumented, and in the private.
Yep.
And they
want me to
broke
make sure it's
that
filming. I'll fix the screen so you can see. Does that work for you?
Oh, he's in arrest
didn't want to
mode.
talk or answer questions unless it
He's
was
not
asking
going to be
questions
saying
of
shit
us.
from now on.
I found that to be especially interesting.
You're arresting me, right?
No, you're not under arrest. You're being detained. Investigatively detained. If you'd like, I can.
Oh, never mind. I thought when the cuffs went on, I was going to have to go full.
We can go one way or the other. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to get in a debate with you. I know that this makes great fodder on YouTube. I know that it's wonderful to post your videos, and it seems like, oh my God, the sky's crashing down, Big Brother and all that. But we're simply trying to do our jobs. We're going to do that with or without your cooperation. So how we proceed from here is 100% up to you. How do you want to do it?
Am I doing anything wrong? It's just a question. It's just a question.
Hook him up.
Nothing you say is going to work for you.
And he just previously said arrest him, right? And now he's following that up with hook him up.
For you?
I don't think he said arrested yet. I don't think he said arrest him yet. He will, but I don't think he said it yet.
For reasonable suspicion, you're required to give minimal identifying information.
You're filming this?
In the state of Texas, for reasonable suspicion, you're required to give minimal identifying information, that being your name and your date of birth. So we'll start there.
It's name and address, actually.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm just asking.
If he doesn't want to do it,
Name
go
and
ahead
date of
put him
birth
in
in
handcuffs,
Illinois.
and we can do it until we find him on the system.
Excuse me.
That's the way it goes. Suspicious people, suspicious places, suspicious circumstances. The Code of Criminal Procedure gives us that authority. I've been doing this a lot longer than you've been doing that. So we can go one way or the other.
but you've been doing it the wrong way the whole time.
Debate with you, unless it was asking questions of
Okay.
us.
I thought I could have swore I heard him say arrest him. Maybe that's later on.
He will.
I found that to be especially interesting.
You're arresting me, right?
No, you're not under arrest. You're being detained.
What he said was
investigatively
that
detained.
they would take
If you'd
him
like.
downtown and fingerprint him. That was
Right.
back in the beginning of the conversation. So
Oh,
that
yeah.
would have been an actual arrest,
Right.
even according to police policy and procedure.
There you go.
Yeah. Texas Penal Code 38.02 strictly states you do not have to have an ID unless you're placed under arrest.
Right. Lawful arrest.
Lawful arrest, right?
I can explain the difference to you.
Texas is not a stopping ID state.
Okay, thanks for telling me the law. Now let me tell you what's going to happen. We're going to detain you until we have been able to properly identify you. If we're able to properly identify you,
Properly, pro person, for the person or through the person. That's the identification, the individual's name and number through records. Not through who you really are, but through records. And those records are lies.
and there's no warrants or any other reason to hold you, we'll cut you loose, as is our prerogative, as is held
As is our prerogative? Bullshit. You're false authority.
by the state of Texas law, the United States Constitution, and, by the way, Austin Police Department policy and procedures. Now, how we proceed, again, I'm going to put it to you. It's up to you. You can either willingly give us your name and date of birth, or you can continue to take this stand that you're taking, which will do you no good other than delaying your freedom to go. So tell me again, do you want to give us your name and date of birth, or
Notice he said freedom to go.
That's right. Your
The
movement has
Constitution
definitely
does
been
not
arrested.
allow him.
Yeah, see, it's not a right. It's a freedom. It's a freedom to go. And if I'm free to go, I'm free to stay. It is that simple, folks.
The
you want us to detain you
does not
further until we
allow that.
can specifically identify you and make sure that there is nothing more to this than what meets the eye.
Am I under arrest?
You are being detained. I've said it again. If you want me to get closer to the camera so I could say it into the speaker, I'll do that. However, I think it's been made clear to you that you're being detained for investigation.
And
I didn't ask you were you being detained. I asked him under arrest. He like, I told you you're being detained. Why you keep asking me that? I just not what I asked you, nigga.
Yeah, and the way he's speaking, the rhetoric that he's using, the grammar that he's using is placating to the audience of idiots that will believe the police. Oh, they sound so, they know the law. They know what they're talking about. He's not being arrested. He's being detained. It's different. No, folks.
He said the Constitution allows him to do it.
Yeah, and that's part of the indoctrination process of back in the blue until it happens to you, suckers.
The Constitution don't allow policing.
No.
That would be a violation for the standing army clause.
Investigative purposes. You will not be released until we can positively identify you. Does that sound like it's clear now? Whether you agree with it or not, are you understanding what I'm saying to you?
Blow me.
You should be familiar with Penal Code 3802. You should be familiar with it.
I appreciate you telling me what I should and should not do.
Okay.
But here's what
based on
we're
that,
going to
then
do.
I'm going to follow
Have him
that.
sit in the back of the car, and let's go ahead and figure out who he is. Once we do that, we'll go from there.
Step over here.
Here, take his camera. Make sure he keeps that with him. Can I hold on to it or no?
No.
No, we're going to go ahead and hold on to it. It's still filming.
This car is
you'll
filming?
be filmed in the car as well. You want me to film it after this? No, we're going to.
They're only being nice because they still want him to ID. Right? They're only being nice with that bullshit because they still want him to ID, so they can be like, listen, we're being nice to you, man. Play ball with us. That's the only reason they ain't cut his camera off and shit.
Well, it's fake professionalism for the for the audience and for the
Right.
judge too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mugger.
And here we have section 3802 of the Texas Penal Code, failure to identify. So when they're asking for the birth name, or the name and the birth date, they're asking you to identify. Identify what? The birth record. A person commits an offense. See, you're not identifying yourself when you give the name and birth date. You're identifying a record. And commits an offense if he intentionally refuses to give his name, residence address, or date of birth to a peace officer, not a policy enforcer, who has lawfully arrested the person.
Peace officer.
So the person is not the man. I am not the person. You are not supposed to be arresting me in any case. You're supposed to be arresting the person, which is in fact the record. And if I don't have that record, you have to go to the record to get it, not me. And you keep misinterpreting the law. This is what I use. Know thyself. I am not going to allow anybody to identify me. I do not have identification on me, implicating a name and a number. You would have to go to the holder of that record for that information.
Slaves are named and numbered and labeled, and things are placed upon them also, like with the Jews or anyone else.
No, actually, you're actually dictating how we treat you at this point. If you would like to leave, just tell us your name, date of birth. We'll make sure that you don't have any warrants or warrants. We'll make sure that there's no other suspicious activity we need to investigate, and you'll be free to go. If you want to play this out and make a statement, you can go ahead and do that. It's just going to delay you being able to leave freely. All right.
Yeah, pimp shit.
This isn't my 10th rodeo, Piggy.
Right.
Well, I'm going to give you a clue right here. Where did they put this man?
In the front
in
seat.
the front seat, which means it's more intimidation tactics. They're trying to sweat him out and make him panic and give up the info.
And more optics, like you
Very
said.
well done,
You're
Del
not in the
Perro.
back.
Good job there. Not
and
very
you-
many people can see that.
And the optics, like you said, it's for other people. If you're in the back, you're arrested. We're putting you up front. You're not really
Yeah, this
arrested.
is just a detention. We're just having
Yeah.
an investigation here.
Yes.
So I
Yeah,
know you can't feel your fingertips right now, and it's
Yes.
120 degrees in the car, but you know.
Yeah, and you still get that close quarter intimidation tightened up with
Yes.
that computer laptop in there and all
100%.
that.
Yeah.
And that placates again to the audience. They don't know if he's being arrested or not. They
Right.
think going in hey, he's in the cop car in cuffs. They're arresting him. Fucking pathetic.
Figure out who he is.
Look, he gave them to Taz. They don't know how to do it. You don't know how to do it. Evil fuck. How they gonna work? Magic?
Looks like they're trying to use facial recognition.
I don't think they had it back then. And they was talking about they trying to get fingerprints. I don't think they had face rec back then. He's stupid.
Well, they're using it. Their
No,
cameras,
no.
I believe, are built for it now.
No, this isn't now. This is old. And the guy is trying to talk him out of his ID. And dude's like, I'm not answering questions. They're supposed to speak magic words and get his ID.
Right.
Yeah, and you can't do that if you're not under the spell.
And he's not.
And soon they're not going to need IDs anymore.
That's
Just
what's
your
the fucked up part about this whole situation. Sorry, Nathan. That's what's fucked up about this whole situation is Philip is the warlock in this situation.
Yes. They don't know it.
They have
Absolutely.
no idea.
Right.
Absolutely. And that's why I tell people, and I cannot stress this enough again, guys. You have to learn the language. You have to understand you've been indoctrinated. I too was once a fucking fool. I too was once a bitch ass slave. But I put down the old ways of indoctrination and started educating myself. Do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your own research. Get out of your borders and start researching things you're not comfortable with and learn the reality so you can stand up and start speaking out against it.
My mom hates I won't believe her.
So how are you expecting this to play out? Tell me that. I mean, until y'all arrest me until y'all find a crime to arrest me. So in other words, you're just trying to get us to arrest you for no reason.
He's on it. Once you guys find a crime you can arrest me for. The very thing I pointed out. We've got the same ideology. Listen, you still don't have a crime, no matter what your intimidation tactics.
And look what dude does. He flips it on him, gaslight him. You're out here just fucking with us. You're out here trying to get us to arrest you. He's trying to gaslight him to get them to converse. It's something they do.
Yep.
And
this is where Texas
Keith
law.
Keith has said, you go in there and you object because that's what most people don't do. They don't go into court and object. But then when you do it, though, you got to know some things because they're going to ask you, well, what is that objection about? How smart are you? What do you know?
That's true.
Fruit from the poisonous tree. It all violates my natural inherent rights. And I believe that's all I need to say.
That's how I found out the Constitution didn't apply to me. When I got my first ticket and I took it to court, and then I asked for a jury trial and I asked to be represented, and they were like, "Oh, we don't do any of that here."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to send in writs of demand and affidavits and a letter of acknowledgement. And but when you're going to go into court, you have all that stuff created, and then you hand it in to the prosecutor. It says, "I need this all placed into evidence for my defense," and then you have extra copies to take with you. And either they're going to go through that like they have to after you sign it and notarize it and send it in. It forces them to go through it and recognizes it. And if they try not to, you got all the recording of it and information to go after them for ignoring what you did right. Because the judge told me, you do it the right way. He sent everything back. And I sent in a conditional acceptance agreement also. He sent it all back, and he sent me something that said stuff in it, and then says you don't contact me again. So I did what I was supposed to, but I guess I'm not supposed to contact the judge, only the prosecutor first, because that's the actual judge.
The state Supreme Court has ruled that traffic violations do not evoke your 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Amendment protections. They're not considered. You don't get due process because you're not anything less than $1,000 doesn't qualify as
substantial
damages.
enough.
Substantial enough according to the Constitution. So they're just like, oh, you wanted those rights. We're just going to go ahead and say they don't apply in this scenario.
Mine is all up to about $2,000 nearly. So,
but the 4th still applies, particularly if you're talking about defamation. So anyway, objection, not in the capacity. Absolutely correct. Objection, not in the capacity as in the record, as that would be an error to assume that the benefactor would be the beneficiary. See, the benefactor is the one that gives to the beneficiary. And I erred in giving data elements on the SS5, the Social Security application, saying that I was the individual. I'm sorry, but upon learning my errors, I can no longer be deceived or deceive others. I am here in a representative capacity, not as the defendant, but to voluntarily hand him over to the court. Here's your record, sir. See, it's a distinct, different identification. I am the living soul, and the name of the individual with the record's number identify the record. Here's the record you searched for. You couldn't find it in your own hands. I'm giving it to you, and I expect to be paid for it for providing such a search and service of process. So let's get back to it.
Pretty much what I'm in right now.
No, you're being detained. There's a difference between being detained and being under arrest. A detention usually yields an investigation.
Well, y'all can investigate. I'm just using my Fifth Amendment right to be quiet.
But you're not helping us out with this at all.
I have the right to.
But you're not cooperating. Imagine that.
Use my Fifth Amendment right now. Y'all didn't state any crime that I broke, but I'm in handcuffs.
But you do understand the detention. What do you understand as the detention?
You guys are just holding me, but you got me in handcuffs.
No,
I was perfectly fine right there.
If you know everything that you're supposed to know about the law, give me the law on detention.
You can hold me for whatever purpose, but you have to suspect me of committing a crime.
No.
No?
No.
What's your name and badge number?
My name is Officer Smith. My badge number is 6981.
And there you have it. Under the criminal code, you have to suspect him of a crime. No, we don't.
I know the law better than you do. This may make for great YouTube fodder, but you don't know I've been doing this a lot longer than you've been doing that.
Oh, you've been committing crimes for how many years?
Sir? 6173, what's your name? I can't hear you, sir. I'm sorry? I can't hear you. What's your name, sir? Badge number? Yes, sir. Trip.
And it's going to be on the report. So if you need to get a report number too, you can get all our names and numbers on the report number.
Didn't do anything wrong.
We're not trying to do anything to you that you're not trying to do to us.
Didn't do anything wrong.
Sir, listen. If somebody's walking around your house, even in your house, and you think they're suspicious.
This ain't your house.
If they're doing something
it's my house.
Wouldn't that raise an eyebrow for you?
If they're on public property, it would.
No, don't even go there.
It is.
If somebody,
No, don't
even go there. Don't bring up the facts and reality. I want you to placate into my bullshit story that I'm making up.
I'm not going to argue with you. Just accept what I'm telling you.
Fucking insane.
Not on public property.
Military term.
Was that not on public property? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
What'd you say, Nathan? Something about a military term?
Look up military terms. That's what they use.
Oh,
combatant.
Yeah, civilian.
Hostile.
Martial law. Martial law is in effect, folks. Whether you believe it or not, it's always been in effect.
I've got everything. I'm telling you, I went way deep with ChatGPT. And it wouldn't give me the stuff. Until I gave it information and it gave me more.
Yep.
At your house, you're going to call the PD to come and check on to see what that person's doing.
No.
The person sitting in front of your house staring through your window. Am I right?
No.
You're not.
I'll be armed, but in that case, if I were to call the police, you guys will probably be too late.
Really?
Yes.
Not only that, but even if you do call the police, that's fine. And the police have every right to come out for no reason. And they have every right to question you for no reason. But then when you don't cooperate, it's their responsibility to fuck off.
Yeah,
that's the difference between what's happening now and what the law entails.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Reagan militarized the police. And Trump re-signed it when he got back in both times.
Yeah, the Supreme Court under what is it, Anthony Reagan's appointee, Anthony what the hell was his name?
Scalisi or something.
Yeah,
Scalia.
something like that.
Scalia. Justice Scalia, yeah.
Yeah, that's where a lot of this came from. Absolutely. They just carved out special circumstances, out extrajudicial rights for police to violate the Constitution with dictum, essentially.
Well, yeah, they can't because it's a separate corporate entity, and they can't have it directly tied to the judicial corporation, like I mentioned earlier.
But Obama did stifle some of that military, the police being militarized under him. He did suppress some of it.
Well, yeah, but the problem itself is systemic in the nepotism, cronyism, and stuff, because you can replace the guy, and that's exactly what it happens. Is when you replace a guy, it's going to go back to the majority of the cronyism. So when it comes back to another presidency, that was one of the things I was going to mention earlier. You know, when we talked about the standing police, it's the police that are militarized. That should tell you something, folks.
But what if we want suspicious persons, suspicious activities? Tell me about that.
You can sit there and ask me questions all you want to.
You're telling me you know the law here and there. I'm just trying to figure out if you know exactly what's going on.
Well,
can you mute, dude, Mike?
Y'all finish what y'all doing.
Okay. You can go quick and easy right now if you just give a name and date of birth.
I got all the time in the world.
If not,
They're desperate now. It's not
It
working.
can go quick and easy. It can go quick and easy. Already been at it 15 minutes. You can go quick
I got
and
all
easy.
the time in the world. And see, here's the thing, like
You got that clock ticking,
sometimes
Denizen.
yeah, right. We got a Fourth Amendment violation when they reached into his pockets. A First Amendment violation when they grabbed his camera. Now we've got another Fourth Amendment violation because they moved him from one place into the vehicle. And we're also running out the clock on how reasonable it is for the original detention to begin with, because how long does it take for you to figure out a crime, a reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime? Supreme Court has ruled 20 minutes in the past. So how close are we to that 20-minute clock?
Yes, and none of this shit can be punitive. It must be all doing to further the investigation of a crime.
Right. Not because you refused to do something that I asked you to do.
Yeah.
Come on up, Chris. Hit that link.
down to our main station, get your fingerprint and figure out who you are. Because of suspicious activity.
That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Suspicious activity? Are you telling me?
That does not override the Fourth Amendment.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
How are you positive?
Positive.
Well, let me tell you this. I don't know you from anybody else that I'm standing around here with in this parking lot. And with the suspicious activity that you were doing, I don't know if you're trying to do something to the building or if you have some kind of a mental ailment that we need to address or get addressed or some kind of
mental ailment that we need to address. Do you have a
doctoral degree or something?
Yeah. Do you have a practitioner's license to do so?
You're admitting you're breaking the law too whenever you say "I don't know" before the thing that you're accusing me of.
You have to prove yourself innocent. There's no innocent till proven guilty. You have to prove yourself innocent or else type shit.
Yeah,
I don't know. You're not gonna kill me. You must prove that you're not gonna kill me. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's a a non-tent type situation where it's a negative averment that has no foundation that applauds or tries to get the opponent to prove his substantiation against it, and that most people will jump at it. You accuse them of doing something, and they'll jump. Oh no, I got receipts.
It's a tactic, and they use these same taxes. This is what they do. Also, you just not gonna ID. I didn't say I wasn't gonna ID. It's the same thing. Anything to get you talking is the same thing here. And the same. If you know the law so much, he wants him to prove that he knows the law.
Yeah.
The same.
And you don't prove the law by your words, you prove the law by the actions.
Medical issue that needs to be addressed. So in order to figure that out, if you're not cooperating with us, we have to do our best. And like my sergeant also said, we have policy on this.
Why would I cooperate with someone who's treating me like a criminal? If even though I didn't do anything wrong, why would I?
Why would you cooperate with somebody that's treating you like a criminal, even though you've not committed any crimes? That sounds reasonable and logic to me.
Sounds reasonable to me, yeah.
Cooperate with someone who's treating me like a criminal, even though y'all told me I didn't do anything wrong.
You're being suspicious.
What's suspicious of?
You're videotaping an area.
So being in the Sonic parking lot is suspicious?
No, you were not in the Sonic parking lot the entire time.
This right here. Oh, okay, on the sidewalk in front of the station. That's completely suspicious.
If anybody calls in and says, hey, this is weird, we have to investigate.
From on the sidewalk?
It's not something that people normally do.
Yeah, dude's a boss, right?
Yeah.
He's on top of it.
Yeah, call, looking suspicious, or I just want to assume something. That's all they need.
They're not good at their jobs, which they're given an impossible task anyway. If you up against someone of his caliber, other people may fold to those soft ass arguments. So they were given an impossible fucking task, and they lack the other guys' brutality and cruelness. So they haven't even tried that approach. The other guy, that's the language he speaks.
The main thing that allows them to do what they do, go talk to the judge.
Yeah, and this is weird and it's not normal. Well, it's becoming more and more normal. And that's why I do this. We need to start holding these people accountable. And these are the kinds of actions that will do it.
Yeah, I think men wearing tight jeans is fucking weird. I don't think you get their ID because they do it.
Their biggest problem too is this is not an impromptu audit. This is one of his planned ones. So that means he's ready to go all the way. He's got all weekend. He's got the next 2 or 3 days off from work.
Not only that, I've also planned that the ramifications will be great. I will follow it through. There is no, you lock me up and get out. No, next you get a fucking a letter of intent to sue. You get deposed. He goes the whole 9. He won a lawsuit for this one, the other one, and all of these fucking shits. And he'll show you the outcome after all that shit. Matter of fact, one dude, like, you think I'm wrong, sue me. And he cut right to it. So in Texas, man receives 20 grand for,
It's a letter of suit that you send in first. It gives them a warning.
And it must be done within 30 days, X amount of days in different states. Otherwise, you can lose it if you don't do it.
Well, remember, statute of frauds, there is none on crime. Understand, this is not corruption. It's not legal or illegal. It's criminal.
That's what makes it suspicious. If a person driving by here says, that looks suspicious, that's suspicious activity.
He's dumb as a rock.
Y'all just figure out what y'all have to do. I'll sit here and wait.
That's fine.
It's not really fine. It's their nightmare.
Yeah. They're panicking now because none of the intimidation worked. And so, now what do? We didn't get what we wanted. We can't run him. And
he's withdrawing.
Right. And we know that the dude knows he's got a case against him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he knows he's got a moneymaker here, as opposed to if they had just minded their own fucking business and cooperated.
And if he got those cameras, if the guy's wearing a camera that's back there behind the car, I'll tell you exactly what he's saying, what he's doing. He's calling other people who are bullies, who they think is going to give him the okay. He's going to call yes, man. And they're telling him, you don't have anything. He thinks he's smarter than everyone. He's telling them, yeah, but under suspicious circumstances, and they're telling him, Bob, that's only if he's considered of a felony crime and all of that type of bullshit, man. You don't have that shit. That's what's going on now. He's huddling up, whether it be phone or literally, with other goofballs like him, and they're telling them, you got nothing.
Yep.
You want to go down and just do the fingerprint?
Sir, is there anything that
Blow
you
me.
can say or do to
Yeah, blow me.
Blow me.
Have your assistance from our investigation.
I mean, if y'all fingerprint me, I'm suing you guys. There's no reason for this. Y'all didn't even tell me what crime I committed.
No, he's already suing him.
Yeah, true.
Is there anything that we can say or do to have your assistance from our investigation?
See how nice he's trying to be? They taking
Yeah.
turns.
Sir, is there anything
Sir,
we
is
can
there
do
anything
to
we
get
could
you to help us with our
possibly do
investigation?
to help you hurt you?
Well, that's why I point out a lot of times why they have so many officers, because that's what it is. That's another one of those tactics.
Yeah.
It's like Piranha, they are all running in and taking a bite.
Yeah. I feel sorry for them. They're so outgunned, so inept.
Yeah.
Their boss is a piece of shit. You feel
Yeah.
sorry for them. Like, go quit your job, bro.
Well, that's what I told them the other day when they showed up at my door on the 24th, Joe. 24th, just the day before Christmas, they showed up at my door. And I ended up in a conversation. There were actually a couple of decent ones, but I still told them I don't appreciate you, and I told them why. And, you guys are fine yourselves, but as a whole, I don't. When you guys come to my door, I have an explicit tendency to be very on guard.
I think they've exhausted their shit, so they're gonna need the boss to come back.
Yeah, this is where the taking turns part is over, and the boss has got to step in and try to take his turn, kind of alleviate it a little bit.
All right. There is one more thing I forgot. He's gonna ask to get his cuffs adjusted, and the black cop outside is gonna be like, "No, you don't want to help us. We're not gonna help you." So he's gonna try one more tactic before it's done.
Imagine that.
All right.
No. I had dug into it and I found out Washington, D.C. is city of Washington, D.C. The United States federal corporation resides inside of the city of Washington, D.C. It is separate from America. America is not a nation. America is a country legally.
No, so
A
that's relevant
nation
now, man.
occupies a country. I got ChatGPT to admit it. A nation occupies a country. I looked it up one time on Google and found out that's true. I went to look it up again about a month or so later. It was gone. I couldn't find it. And so I just got ChatGPT to admit that because I remembered to ask it that. Well, it had come across my mind to ask it that so that way I can have what I needed. It's in my posts on my Rebel Studio channel.
Yeah, get that link and drop it in the back chat if you can.
Hey, you mind loosening these up? These are kind of hurting my wrists right now.
They're on as my policy.
I understand that, but can you loosen them up? They're like really hurting my wrists.
They're on as my policy.
Can you loosen them up?
You're gonna lean forward.
I got the seats reclined, and I got a seatbelt holding me back, so I can't really lean forward.
Push yourself up.
But that's not helping.
Listen, those things are owned by policy. I put my finger up just like I'm supposed to.
I understand that, but I'm asking you, can you loosen them? They're really tight. Ow.
I don't know your intentions. You haven't told me any of your intentions.
I don't know. There you go, Joe. I don't know your intentions. No, you can't use that as a negative averment against me just because you're scared. That does not mean you have any kind of suspicion that any crime has even occurred. Again, in your fifis, Pennsylvania versus Mims, and I'm telling you, this is so fucking outrageous anymore. It's pathetic.
You You don't want to talk to us, so I don't know what your intentions are. So I'm not about to put myself in a safety situation by allowing you to get loose and handcuffs.
Well, you got a gun, taser, pepper spray. Well, can you get
Oh, come on. Quit using reason and logic on him, man.
Stop that.
Yeah, get in your emotions. Cry to him.
another officer to do it? Because these are really tight.
They're not tight. I put my fingers in them just like I was supposed to make sure you had enough room so you're ready.
What happens is that's where they lock them now. When you put them in the car, you lean back on them and they tighten up. And everybody knows that now. That's where they lock them for a second time before they put you in the car, so you don't lean back and they go and crush it. Everybody knows that now.
Yeah.
Back.
Just hanging out, take care of some business.
Hey, ask him what crime he's charged me with.
There is no crime, sir. I keep telling you that.
Yeah, see that he's on it, and that's the only point that needs to be made, folks. It's a false arrest under false accusations that he committed some kind of crime while they were supposed to be cooperating.
We're gonna
I think I see movement in the background.
The
Yeah.
report is also documented on our digital mobile audio video. I'm quite
Here
aware
comes
that
the
you have
cops
it
pointing.
documented on your personal camera. We're going to write a report. We're happy to give you the case number. If you'd like to buy a copy of the report, it'll be available to you.
If you'd like to buy a copy. No,
Yeah,
no,
right.
no. That is a matter of my record now. Otherwise, you're facing defamation. You understand? You're using that identification and that record against me. No, I get to use that as discovery for my benefit. Exculpatory evidence. You're trying to deny me exculpatory evidence, buddy. Ain't gonna happen.
You at any police facility or online for that
Justice is not for sale, denial, or delay.
matter. We're then going to release you from the scene. You're not going to cooperate with us. We're going to have to put you down on a report as unknown or John Doe, whatever you choose, whatever you prefer. And from there, you'll be.
He ain't looking at him.
I would caution you when you find yourself in a position where you're filming a government installation like a police station, you're filming people's plates, you're filming cars. Put yourself in a position where if somebody makes a complaint against you for doing that, it becomes a different situation. It can become a criminal offense if they feel like you're stealing any kind of identifying information.
It can be a criminal offense if they feel like you're trying to steal any identifying information while they are trying to steal identifying information.
Very good.
Nice.
And he's trying to steal. He's in a Sonic parking lot. Not sure what identifying information he could possibly.
It could be a criminal offense if you're caught recording public information from a public place.
Yeah.
Am I fucking insane here? Nathan, got your link down there. Everybody go check out Nathan on Rebel Studios here on YouTube. Check him out. He's got a lot of great information. Again, do not believe him. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research. Do the follow-up. See what he's saying. Correlate it. It's a lot more than just simplicities. It is an education that you do need if you're going to stand up for your rights. It's a responsibility.
And I got to put this out. Do not watch my stuff. Do not look at my posts. It will put you in danger. I am a threat to the establishment. Because if you look at my videos and you look at my comments, you will not see very many likes. You will not see very many views. The ones you do see a bunch of views on, people more than likely won't believe. But the rest, which is most of my videos, don't get out there because I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, people don't want knowledge. They want the drama. That's why they like watching these videos. It's not because they're interested in the First Amendment, the Constitution, and upholding their rights. It's because they get to see all the drama. Most of them are sitting there laughing at this guy, thinking he's the idiot.
Take pictures of our police cars all day long and document on video and everything else, police license plates and everything else, because those are a matter of public record. Now, you're absolutely 100%.
License and all that other stuff, because that's a matter of public record. Then go to the public record and get the information you think you're looking for without having the person named in the warrant that you want to check to see if there's a warrant out for, and not having any crime based on it. This is fucking insane.
Help me find you guilty of a crime. You're not trying hard enough. Help me harder find you guilty of something.
Yep.
In violation of failure to ID laws, that was never the point. The point is the police have a reasonable right to stop you based on the Code of Criminal Procedure when we find...
Based on the Code of Criminal Procedure when they don't have the crime. That's the whole basis. Again, these people are fucking dense. Go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, I was just, I was like, okay, I guess it's echoing again while you're talking or something.
Yeah, only when I'm talking.
Oh, okay. We're good.
Be a suspicious person in a suspicious place under suspicious circumstances. In this case, we have two of those. It was suspicious seeing you outside filming our installation and the plates and the cars and the people coming in and out of the building. And that was a suspicious circumstance based on that. That's why you were stopped. That's why you were ID'd. We could not ID you, placed you in handcuffs for officer safety, placed you in the car. We can never come to an agreement.
So not being able to ID somebody for a non-crime and merely suspicion of doing a First Amendment protected activity, and what?
And we placed you in the car for officer safety.
Yeah,
and cuffed you and did all of this because we don't know you may kill us.
Exactly. That's how he justified the arrest and the handcuffs was for officer safety. I mean, we didn't predict that 20 minutes ago, did we?
Safety will always be the plea.
Yeah, well, that's the whole reason we have police is for your safety, right? It's just that it's twisted and converted for their safety.
So at this point,
guy came real close too. He almost knew the law. His only problem was there's no fucking crime. That was the only thing he needed to make all of this make sense.
Yeah, all the rest of it sounded
they don't have the right to make any laws or anything to protect themselves from the people. I even got ChatGPT to admit that too.
Part ways and go on with our lives. Again, you're more than welcome to any kind of documentation. You can
part ways and go on with our lives. Yeah, mine's going to include a few suits.
Yeah, we're not going on. We're not done, motherfucker. You'll see me again.
And discuss this with anybody else you would like to. If you want to complain for anything, that's certainly available to you. And there's plenty of documentation, so the record will stand as it is. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, the record will stand as it is. It will show your criminal activities.
No question. Free? You will be free in just 1 minute after we take the handcuffs off. Fair enough? All right, very good. Thank you.
They probably like, so sorry, you had us harass that man for nothing?
This didn't go the way you thought it was going to go, did it, officer?
Not at all.
I can't wait to use you as YouTube fodder, officer.
Yep. Every last one of them going to look like shit.
Hey, that's the end of the video, Perry. I'm going to go get something to eat anyway, man. We'll wrap. Nathan, I'll check out your channel, man.
Slave torture cuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you got any other videos you want to bring up, guys, or we done there? Because I'm already going on 3.5 hours now, so I appreciate you coming up.
I mean, I could probably pull up mine. I mean, you could just see how the sheriffs react around here in Tom Green County, Texas. They don't give a damn. The last time when I lost my truck, I was pulled over. I went going downhill and I wasn't really paying attention, and I went over the speed limit. And so he pulled me over at 5 miles an hour over. He already knew me, and he was on the other side. He didn't want to say much, and so he just, up, get out and all this stuff. And so I just do the thing. Well, you got anything to poke me, stick me where I ain't answering any questions. Okay, because he's already being a, a prick. But
so where are we going here? How far back do we go, Nathan?
You can go to the oldest videos. The button where it says oldest videos. Is there one there? Because it's closer to the bottom. It's like the first 20 videos. And that's it. I only have a few. I don't have very many. I only got 4 when I was pulled over. And I got another one where I was pulled over. He let me go. And I had all my groceries. He didn't pull me over until I got near my house. And but I don't think that one's up. I still got it in my phone, I think. And but he followed me all the way to my house because of the stuff I had on the back of my truck. I even have a video that shows what I had on the back of my truck. And these sheriffs would mess with me because of it. And the state troopers would leave me alone. The city police would leave me alone. And for a little bit before they started messing with me, the other judge that was still in, Judge Buck, well, he retired. And before he retired, I did get in a position where I was untouchable. They would get up behind me. They would swerve over eventually and leave. And then when Judge Buck finally retired, and I guess it was probably to get rid of that protection for me. And then the sheriff started messing with me again. They got a female judge in there, and she's worse.
Well, I got these two pulled up. Let's take a look. This is Retaliation, parts 1 and 2.
It's driving more fun than my singing.
Hello. How's it going? I'm Deputy P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S, Thompson County Sheriff's Office. We just stopped at this
Speed?
Yes, sir.
Right before 65, I was slowing down.
You're going 70 and 65. That's 60.
70 and a 65? Is that what he said, Nathan?
Yes, I was doing, 70 and 65. I think it was, or it was 75. Yeah, 70 and 65 because it was just after it switched from 75 to 65. But I went 70, I went 5 over, so I was doing 70 over 65 going over the bridge and down it. But I was slowing down as I was.
Slow down before you enter into the 65 zone. That sign indicates that the zone that you're about to enter is a 65 mile an hour zone. You're going 70 in a 65 mile an hour zone.
But I was
70 in a 65 mile an hour zone. Oh my God! So
yeah. And sorry, I just didn't think to turn the music off at that time.
That's all right. We just gotta try to cut it out and give it breaks so it doesn't give a copyright strike. I mean, it hasn't on your channel so far, but we'll try to the best to avoid those things.
Slowing down, sir.
Still speeding, okay? Before I pulled you over, whoever was inside the vehicle was going to get a written warning, okay? So, still going to get a
written warning.
Written warning, because I told you you're going to get a written warning. Have your driver's license and your proof of insurance?
Am I under arrest?
You're detained right now.
According to Texas Penal Code 3802, I must be under arrest.
You have to have.
Yep, and that's that one that we spoke of earlier. And it can only be held in reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime, and that crime must be a felony.
And at that point, I was surrounded with sheriffs and a state trooper.
Oh yeah, they don't ever want to come alone. Most of the times, if you get stopped out on the highway, sooner or later, a second one will show up no matter what.
All of them showed up, and one trooper.
Damn.
Your driver's license.
To ID.
Yes, sir. You have to have a driver's license in order to operate a motor vehicle on the roadway.
In order to operate a motor vehicle on the public roadway. No, you drive for commercial purposes. Operation is a private side of things, and it does not require the driver's license.
Well, I have a license, but in order for me to hand you my identification, I have to be placed under arrest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And according to Texas Penal Code 3802.
Yes, sir. It's a traffic stop.
Well, I understand that. It's a detention, but it's not an arrest.
Are you informed that your detention is a form of arrest?
Well, if it's a form of arrest...
It's a form of arrest. It's similar. It's synonymous with arrest.
I should be under arrest.
You're detained right now. You have your driver's license?
Doesn't sound like you are. Well, you did stop me, which is the same thing as arresting something.
You possess a Texas driver's license?
Yes.
Okay, may I see it, please?
You can see it. I have my driver's license right here.
Can I have it so that I can put all the required?
No. See, the law says you have the right to review it. You have the right to view the information. You do not have the right to possess the actual instrument. You're looking for the data elements, and if he can show you the card with the data elements on it and you can read it, then that's all you need. You can write it down on your little notebook like you do everything else.
That information there to issue a warning?
I would, but under Texas Penal Code, I have to be under arrest first. Because I watched it when San Angelo had went to Walmart.
Is your registration up to date?
And a guy...
And see, that's that frustration of not just not knowing all the full elements yet, but also them knowing that they don't know the law and they're pushing to incriminate. So it's important to take your time. I love this, Nathan. Not getting emotional about this shit. It's imperative, folks.
And they have to have a warrant to be able to arrest you, period. Even if they say they have a warrant, they have to have it in hand to say, here's the warrant, and you're under arrest. And then you get to read it later whenever you get out. You can't, they ain't going to let you read it right there, I don't think. But
right.
Only maybe at your home, but not when you're in your car.
Yeah, and most people don't comprehend that traffic violations are actually non-arrestable offenses. They're just not willing to admit this.
Yeah, they just don't
You don't have a registration sticker insignia. You have to have it posted.
Well, I found out from my uncle that Texas has gotten rid of inspections, and
so you not want to give me your...
It's not that I don't want to. It's that by law, Texas Penal Code 3802, I do not have to.
See, and that's absolutely That's absolutely correct, because that's the code they're trying to use against him. And yet that's the one that says they don't have the right to identify him because they don't have the criminal aspect, period. So here's the second part.
Yes, sir. I mean, y'all gonna get violent with me, and I'm being peaceful, and I'm trying to go do my thing.
I never said I was going to get violent.
Because if I don't do what you want, you will get violent. You will act like a sociopath.
No, sir, I'm not violent. You're insinuating that I am violent.
No, sir, I'm not insinuating, because you're calling for backup. And 18 U.S. Code 241 and 242.
Right now, I stopped you for speeding, and your registration's expired. So you're not willing to provide me with your.
Well, if my registration is expired, I am no longer under contract with y'all. If my inspection is expired, I'm no longer in contract.
Give me your driver's license.
I would, but I do not have to under 38.
Unless you're under
02. I have, yes, but if you make an arrest on something that is a secondary offense after being arrested,
there's only three things I cannot arrest for in the state of Texas: speeding, texting and driving, and open container. Okay, I cannot arrest for any of those, but I can arrest for expired registration because you're operating a motor vehicle on the roadway in Texas without valid.
And I'm going to say false on this because, again, registration into the motor vehicle anti-theft program is voluntary, and you can withdraw your voluntary registration.
And this is where I kind of need, some help, because I want to get this done. I want to get it taken care of, but I hardly have any work, and now I'm back to having to pay my rent again with my uncle. So now I have less money when I do make some money. I want to get this done over with and find out if we are under complete slavery, that affidavits, writs of notices or demands, and the letter of acknowledgement. I want to find out if this will work, so I can prove to everyone which way we are. And then once I've done that, I could be like, okay, if this ain't going to work, and after this there's nothing else, then it's either I fight a different way and let them do what they want to do and I'm gone, or I just bow down and do what they want. Because in Texas, it's like California and Florida. It's the worst place to be. And I want to leave this state, but I want to get everything taken care of before I go to another state to buy some, cheap land and get out of the state. Because I'm tired of the state. I would like to change it. I would like to run and become governor and fix it. Because if a regular American like me, who's not already in the government, can run for governor, I am not actually working for the government as the governor, because I was not hired by the government first and then became a governor. If I become a governor as myself, a regular American that's really not a U.S. citizen, they really wouldn't allow it if I put it this way. Because it's all created to run with all the states united as the governors went into that were hired by the government first and then put out there as a few for people to vote for or between, and that's who you get to choose to vote for. You don't get to choose to vote for a regular small Joe. They're not going to put me out there on the news and everything. I don't have the money, and that's the problem.
Yeah, and that's why I've never registered to vote, because I know the hypocrisy of trying to vote when you don't know how the entire system actually works. And the knowledge that you do have of how it works is a favoritism. I don't operate on favoritism. I operate on what's true and correct and what's right to do.
Yeah. What was it?
So this is the motor vehicle theft prevention program, and it specifically states, and remember, folks, your states are operated under the Department of Motor Vehicles, and those Department of Motor Vehicles are actually agents of the Department of Transportation at the federal level, which is where that kind of law trickles down, the Transportation Code. And under 28 CFR, which is the judicial area, judicial administration, again, owner withdrawal from the program. It says, under owner withdrawal from the program, an owner may withdraw from the program at any time by completely removing the program decal and changing the license plate if necessary. The owner is also encouraged to notify the participating agency in writing of such withdrawal. So you're encouraged to notify them. That's the first duty in law, is legal notice. So you give them legal notice. Hey, I no longer wish to volunteer for the Motor Vehicle Theft Prevention Act, and therefore will no longer be carrying a registration or a license plate. It is private property, not in commerce, and I use it for agricultural purposes, and that means the agricultural laws apply, which is a matter of necessity of life and not a commercial aspect. When you learn how the languages work and understand that everything is basically voluntary, you understand your choice is better. You have a choice in this. It is not required. It is voluntary. Once again, an owner may withdraw from the program at any time, not by asking. Can you please mute up? May withdraw from the program at any time by completely removing the program decal and changing the license plate if necessary. It has no permission requested anywhere, meaning it would be required. You simply just do what you decide to do, which is voluntarily quit. Voluntarily withdraw at any time. Therefore, if it expires and you don't reapply for registration, again, it's voluntary. It cannot be forced upon you and therefore cannot be enforced. It is not what we would know as positive law.
Yeah, without knowing that, and I took the plates off my truck, and then I scraped that sticker off my windshield, and so therefore I was no longer tied to them. But because I didn't know that right there first, and I took off to go to town, and I went to go a different way because I got 2 ways to go to town. There happened to be a sheriff on the other side of the road sitting on the road that goes to a park and everything. When I pulled up there, and I was like, oh, hell, my luck. You know, and so he pulls me over. I think they told him to leave me alone, but he decided to go ahead and pull me over because I watched what they were doing after he finally, and there's a video on that, after and Van Buren, or not Van Buren, Van Balian has a video of that one where the sheriff ripped my door open because I had it stuck with a bungee cord from my other seat all the way around to hold my door shut because it was all messed up. I couldn't latch shut it, just shut it normal. No, I don't have it anymore. I lost it the last time I was pulled over. So, and I got the U.S. code on what that cop or sheriff did that was wrong. That caused me to lose it. I got to have information to give to the of everything that I'm supposed to have to be able to have it on the road to give to the people that have my truck and impound so I can get it out. Well, I couldn't get it out, and because I couldn't have that information or get my license and get registration and then get insurance so I could get it out. And then that was where I lost my truck, and somebody else is now driving it. But yeah, the state troopers and police would leave me alone, even when they got up behind me, they went around me. But not the sheriffs.
And see, that's the problem. Not everybody's going to comprehend it the same and treat it the same. That's why I say I'm not going to sit here and promise that I'll never get arrested again, because that's not the way it works. Just because I know doesn't mean everybody else knows. And that's why it's so important to protect that First Amendment. I have a right to speak, but everybody else does, in fact, have the right to know, even though they don't.
This is what I have on the back of my truck. I recently put this other right here, and I've had this on there. I did have "Do you own me?" and the sheriff still pulled me over anyways, you know. But now I have this. Cops in town always left me alone when I had that and the others on there, and then I have this. Do not touch private property, no trespassing.
See, that's basically what I was saying earlier, folks. See, that's actually, as an automobile, a truck, a car, whatever you want to call it, it's actually a temple. You know, that's what protects you out there in the environment as you're traveling down the road against other vehicles of large masses and very dangerous projectiles if they go the wrong direction. And so it's important to understand your own safety issues and the imperative that you're the only one that can stand up for that. The only way to do that is with true knowledge. You got to quit believing this shit. And with that, we're going to end it for today. We're at 4 hours here, Nathan. You got anything on the way out the door?
Just to let people know, you know, I foolishly did it. I did listen to a bunch of people, but I didn't do enough research. I didn't listen long enough. But the only deal is, before all of this, was I had no money. I couldn't get insurance. I couldn't get registration. It's expensive as hell. $80-something.
Well, now you know better. Now you know better. Registration is voluntary.
And then I couldn't renew my driver license because they suspended it and said you got to have all this to be able to, get it, done, and you got to pay our fines. So they suspended it because I didn't pay fines, the tickets, and all the warrants have been for not paying fines. And then the last time I didn't show up to court, I talked to them on the phone. They were pretty much going to railroad me, give me 6 months jail and probably probation. And then I was like, I ain't showing up. And he's like, we're going to send the probation office or the bail bondsman to come pick you up. And I said, no, because they were going to railroad me.
Yeah,
because I don't have what I need for my defense to give to the prosecutor before I even show up to court. And you got to have all this stuff ready too. You got
to understand, folks. This is all extortion through debtor's prison. You see, when they impose those fines and everything, and then say because you can't pay them, they're going to throw you in prison. That's debtor's prison. They're not supposed to be doing that. That is one of the most heinous crimes because it is kidnapping. Kidnapping one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise of them is kidnapping, and you shall be put to death. It's one of the most heinous crimes to put a man in prison because he can't pay a debt through a monetary fiat that was imposed against his will without his knowing of certain particulars. And yet, even if he does know the particulars, it's still forced against him. Well, now you know one of the particulars is that motor vehicle theft prevention program is what the registration is all about. That's what the sticker says, and that is voluntary. And if it expires and you don't renew it, if it's voluntary, then they can't enforce it and say you must get it. Go ahead, Nathan.
So all I'm saying, as you do the research, You learn what affidavits of notices are, writs of demands are, letter of recognition, and letter of suit. Learn those things. I got ChatGPT through everything, I could go through to have affidavits of notices, writs of demands, and a letter of acknowledgement I added to it to add to it. And all of them has to be notarized, at least signed by me and notarized. But I got to get my case number that's going to have to be put on it, and it'll tell you. You say, how do I? It'll pull it all up. It'll write affidavits and notice. It'll give you a replica. You ask for a replica of affidavit of notice. It won't. It'll say, I can't give you a legal, notice or whatever, but it can give you a replica that'll be just like what you need, and you can copy it down, or you can put your name and everything, and then it will put it all in there for you. But you have to learn about agorism, your natural rights, and then how this legal system works. But like I said, I've got all the way back to 1776, or from 1776 to when 1871 happened, all the way up to today. And I'll be getting more.
Yeah, well, you just keep doing that research, brother. And remember, folks, this is just information that people like us put out so you can do your research. Don't depend on us being true and correct, because as times change, so do these laws and stuff. So it's important to keep researching. Even once you know, I have to research these things over and over myself. And with that, we're out, folks. And I want to let everybody know I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back or not. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That part's on you. So may God bless you and have a good night.
The Panelverse is full of scarlet letter ladies of the night. They embroider their tragedy like a price tag, begging the world to stare. They mistake their degradation for fame, dancing in the spotlight their own misery. I don't have to force them to the street, and I just charge them rent for the stage. I am simply the broker, collecting a tax on their tears.
Welcome to another Personality Inventory Mockumentary Production!
Hold up, grab my soda, cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, like grape pape. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you so lit, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimations. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan. How you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation. You're a cheap imitation. Dark set hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over, it's been non-bit.
you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Production.